Hello. Welcome, everybody. I'm, of course, sort of Asley. I'm here. Let's just have a lot of fun. Give me 1 second. Let me turn back on the sound for our game. We're going to continue our contradiction. See how far we can get tonight. Give me a second here. Let's see. All right, there we go. Let's resume our current game and see where we are. Hey, Smiley Ann, how you doing? Thanks for coming on out. All right, here we go. We'll continue where we left off. Give me a second. 1 second, sorry. Okay, there we go. That should be better. Give me a second. Alright, oops. Oh, that didn't work. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's resume our current one. Alright, so it's the 7 o'clock hour, so now we'll start off. Let's see. I think I want to go investigate clearing the woods, though. We might have to take a moment here. Hey, everyone coming in with the gifts with a subscription. Boom, baby! They subscribed for 32 months. Baby. How's it going, everyone? Thank you again for the sub. Alright, let's try going here. Oh.
What are you? Private eye?
No, I'm a police inspector.
Who are you looking for?
I'm investigating a death in the village.
That student, then. They did one last year, too. Same place.
Did what?
Drowned a student. Ask that psycho about it. He runs that business cult thing up at the big house. Bunch of nut jobs.
Hey, what was the student's name?
Liam something. Or sod.
You're great. Just came in to drop a lurk.
Atlas's reputation precedes them.
Hey,
I think I might call the station, find out a bit more about this Liam.
Hello, DCI Jones speaking.
Mike, it's Jenks.
Alright, Jenks, I thought you clocked off tonight.
Yeah, the chief's put me on a case tonight, the Edenton girl.
Friday night, you poor sod. I thought that was sorted out anyway.
I wish it was. Listen, are you near a computer?
I can be. Yeah, go on.
Do you know anything about a death last year? Someone called Liam in Edenton Village?
Don't remember it. Hang on, let's have a look. Edenton Village. Yeah, Liam Rogers. It says suicide last year.
Suicide?
Hang on, 2 suicides in 2 years, both in Edenton. I mean, you've got your work cut out, Jenksy.
Yeah, don't I know it.
Right, well, good luck with that and see you Monday.
Thanks, Mike.
Booth, I remember those. Yeah, no kidding, right? Guys, sorry, I'm gonna step away for 1 second. I'll be right back. Be right back, I promise. Hang on. Alright, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. Yeah, Elsa's got a little cold, so it's, getting in bed tonight's gonna be a little rough. So we might have to step away a few times, but I think she's on her way to going to bed, so. Alright, let's see here. He said we should... I'm sorry, so... What did the chief say? Let me call him again. Now he's not gonna answer me. Well, that's rude. He's not gonna answer me this time. Huh. Okay, so he doesn't want to talk to me, but I think I can replay that last one. No, we did that already. Alright, did anybody catch what he said on that one? I'm sorry, I missed what the chief last said on that last one, but it's not registering for some reason. I guess I'm gonna take a hint. Wonders Ryanson's office. There's also things you should ask him. And well, yeah, we knew about that. Okay. Oh, you're good, Simon. You're good. No biggies. We'll go talk to Simon and them, and we'll just head over to that list. And hopefully we can pick it up and figure it out.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Alright, so... we'll ask about Liam's death.
What do you know about a student called Liam? Committed suicide last year.
Only that I didn't know him really well.
Yes, she says she didn't know him well. There's no contradiction.
Thank you.
That we
Probably
know
be back
yet,
later.
but- How's the sound, by the way? Anything too loud? Or is it coming in just fine with my voice and everything else?
There you go. Come on. Cute.
Okay, it's good for you. Cool.
Smells nice. What is that?
Chili pork.
I have no idea you were a cook.
Oh, no, I used to be more into it. No, I don't do it so much. Used to grow my own herbs and everything.
Oh, here?
No. At the farmhouse where I used to live.
Oh, where was that?
That's where James lives. Yeah, we used to share a house together. The farmer used to let us use a corner on his greenhouse to grow stuff.
I didn't know you knew James that well.
Well, didn't really get on.
Where are the greenhouses?
Well, it's just through the farmyard at the back.
Interesting.
Okay, so we'll ask him about Liam's death.
What do you know about Liam?
Liam?
Local lad. Took his life.
Oh, that Liam. Yeah, I heard about him.
But you didn't know him?
No, I know he went to college, but didn't really know him. It's sad, though.
Okay.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
I said the farmhouse was behind, isn't he? Maybe we could go to the Atlas. Maybe they're there now.
Ryan!
Yes?
Detective Inspector Jenks. I'm conducting an investigation in the area. Wouldn't mind asking you a few questions. Is that all right?
Come in, Inspector.
Thank you.
I don't think he's too happy about that.
Drink, Inspector.
I'd better not, eh?
So you wanted to speak to me?
I believe that Kate Vine was a student at Atlas.
Hey.
Kate Vine? Well, yes, she was. All of this has been thoroughly investigated, Inspector. It was suicide.
Well, we have reason to believe there may be rather more to it than that.
Really? Well, then, in that case, I'd be prepared to assist in any way possible.
Thank you.
A pleasure.
Alright, so we can ask him all these lovely questions because this is the first time we talked to him, so that's about Kate.
I believe the last time you saw Kate Vine was at the pub last Friday, then you came straight back with some of the students, is that right?
Yes, I like to have a glass of port or two after a long day, and benefits of being married to the landlady.
How did she seem that night?
The landlady?
Kate.
Oh, Kate. Well, she was her usual self, drunk.
That was usual.
It was for her, yes. I mean, it didn't impair her ability, though. She was a very bright star, lots of potential, very enthusiastic.
Hey, thanks for
So she seemed to be enjoying the course.
Well, as far as anybody could tell, yes.
When did you first meet her?
When she joined, about 3 months ago.
And you hadn't met her before then?
Yeah.
So you didn't suspect there was anything wrong?
Well, do you mean, did I expect her to drown herself? Of course I didn't inspect her. It was quite a shock. Nobody expected that.
Alright, let's see. You couldn't hear me while I was talking. Can you hear me now? Test, test, test. I think maybe it's when he was talking, I was trying to talk over him. And it was taking control over that. Maybe that's why. So, let's see. Is there any contradiction in his statements? No, I think we're okay with that. So, let's ask him about her driver's license.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
You don't know whether Kate had lost this or not?
No, I've never seen it before, sorry.
1 second here. Hey, Greg Bick, how's it going, buddy? How you doing? How's the fam? Welcome to Contradiction. Okay, so he's never seen the driver's license. That's not a surprise. Not worth asking that. Photos and frames he wouldn't know about. Black scrying, he might know about that.
Have you seen one of these before?
I believe that looks like a scrying mirror to me.
You have seen one before?
Well, I used to have one myself, actually, along with lots of other bits and pieces of that nature. Silly things, you know.
Really?
Yes, when I was in my teenage years, I had quite an obsession with that kind of thing. I was a very somber child, and well, not that you could tell, always playing fantasy games, reading books about that kind of malarkey, you know.
What sort of books did you read?
Well, books on black magic, not the chocolates, witchcraft, satanic rituals, that kind of thing. I grew out of it, of course.
But you're not into that sort of thing now.
Of course I'm not. I mean, I don't need to believe in the supernatural, Inspector. The natural world is far more interesting. Don't you think so?
Okay. Ask about the mask.
Can you tell me about this?
Haven't seen that for a while. I had a friend who used to make them for us for the course. He passed away last year.
What does the symbol mean?
It's borrowed from paganism. It's the symbol of the triple goddess. The mother, maiden, and crone, represented by the waxing and waning of the moon. It's an ancient symbol. It predates Christianity. Some people say that it dates back to Paleolithic times.
And is that relevant to the course?
Well, no. I mean, it's a symbol we dabbled with, but it's not particularly relevant. We don't use it on the course, no.
I'm worried on this one. I don't like this. Because...
Tell me about this.
It's the first one we ever had made. We had it designed by an agency after we'd spent weeks trying to find a name for this place.
It took you weeks?
Don't be like that, Inspector. I thought it was a rather grand name. Actually, if I'm being honest, I plucked it out of thin air one night in the George while I was having a few gin and tonics. Well, actually, somebody left a book and I stole it.
Uh-oh. Earphone fell off, sorry. Or headset, rather. Earphones. Alright, let's check Liam's death.
What can you tell me about Liam?
Oh, Liam. You mean the boy who committed... Very unfortunate, isn't it?
Did you know him?
Oh, yes. Well, when I say know him, I met him in the pub. Seemed very happy sort of person. Well, I say he seemed happy. He can't have been, can he?
Okay, so... You didn't contradict anything. That's about that.
Have you tried Simon's homebrew?
Does he make homebrew? No, I haven't had the pleasure, sorry.
Okay.
Do you know anything about an argument in the pub last Friday?
What time?
I believe it wasn't long after the pub opened.
No. I usually leave for the manor house about 6. I start preparations around 6:30. I like to get a head start.
Okay.
What do you know about the broken window at the back of the pub?
Oh, Rebecca told me about it. I don't know how it got smashed, though. I told her to tape over it. We can't have anybody cutting themselves. You have to be very health and safety conscious these days.
Sorry. Hit you in my ear there. That's about the necklace.
Know what this is?
Yes. It's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol that we use on the course. It's supposed to represent freedom from the chains of your ancestry.
Have you ever bought one of these?
I haven't, but I've seen the students wearing them.
Okay. Minute? Okay, got that already. You wouldn't know about the box. You wouldn't know about that like box. Oh, he would.
Does Simon Thompson ride a bike, do you know?
I think so, yes. I think he drives as well, but I might be mistaken.
Okay. So we can probably ask him about driving as well.
Be
Alright.
back later on, if
So
that's
far,
okay.
I think that might be a good spot to go. So, this, just some quick travel. I do like that fact, they give us a quick travel. Let's check this out.
Simon mentioned another greenhouse on the farm. Must be up the hill over there. I wonder if James knows this is here. Don't know what it is, but be interesting to see what he says about it.
So now we can ask James about the I tried the silver key and said he would know anything about it. The silver key got us into the room, the key behind the bar, or got us into a locked door behind the bar, and that's where we found the mask. We'll bring the bell here.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
About this, yeah.
Could you tell me what these are, please? I found them in the greenhouse.
Been snooping around on the farm, have we?
It's called investigating, James.
Yeah. It's just mint. Mint leaves. For cooking.
Yeah, I heard you were a bit of a budding chef.
Dabble a bit. Won a few competitions.
Very impressive. So you normally just leave packets of mint lying around?
Must have dropped it.
Okay.
Did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam who died.
Okay, I didn't finish the
You mean
previous one for the truck.
Liam who killed himself?
Yeah.
Back to me. I gotcha.
He was in my year, on a different course.
What course was Liam on?
Can't remember, not mine.
What was yours?
Plant science. First time I knew about Liam was when he killed himself.
Right, so you didn't meet him?
No.
So James says he doesn't know who Liam is.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
We should go talk to Emma and Simon. Then if that doesn't pan out, anything, we'll try talking to our chief. I think that's our next strategy. So here we go. Talk to Emma first.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Sure, why not? But you got to hide, right? Better not have anything to hide.
You know what these are, by any chance?
No. Sorry. I don't know anything about plants or things like that, but you should ask Rebecca. She used to live on a farm. She'd know.
Thank you. That was actually helpful, Emma. Okay, so now we'll visit.
Thank you.
Simon
Probably
and
be back
ask him.
later.
Know what these are?
No. Look a bit like sage leaves.
Haven't seen them before, though.
Not at all, no.
Okay, so. exit
Thank
there,
you. Probably be back later.
Go to the bar. See what we can find out there.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Okay, give me a second here. Alright, there we go. That's probably Liam's death.
What do you know about Liam?
You mean Liam who took his life? He used to play in a band, Black Rock or something? No, Black Stone. Very gothic. I used to let them play in here sometimes at the weekends. They were quite good.
Did you know there was anything wrong? I mean, why he might have...
No, I didn't know him very well.
Alright, just needed to check one thing here. Oh, that didn't work. Alright, here. Let's put the packet of dry leaves.
Do you know what these are?
Oh, magic mint. Where did you find this?
Magic mint.
Salvia divinorum. I used to grow it years ago. It makes you trip.
In what way?
It's a hallucinogenic and legal. Quite a dangerous combination, really.
Do you use it?
Me? No. No, I don't even take medicines. I like to stay pure.
I didn't expect Rebecca to know about growing drugs. I know she claims not to use them herself, but I'm not so sure.
Oops. Trying to find a good spot for it. Okay. Still kind of in the way. There, that's better. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, Salvadorium drug? Guess I can ask Simon and
That's all for the moment, thank you.
James about that. Alright, let's go back to the farm.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Ever heard of Salvia divinorum, James?
What's that, skin cream?
It's not a skin cream, no. It's a plant.
Really? Don't know much about plants.
So you've never heard of Salvia?
No.
Uh-huh. But he said he doesn't know much about plants. Oh, that didn't work. I thought it would work. Didn't work to me. Won some cooking competitions. Okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
So we can go around and ask Rebecca about the drug. Maybe we need a little bit more info. I didn't ask her about the drug.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
Oh. Okay, so she just told you. That's all you need there. Okay, so that's not gonna...
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So let's go to the lodge. If that doesn't work, then we can go up to Atlas and see if he knows anything about the drug.
Ask about a few more things, please. Ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
Yeah, I've heard of it. It's a drug, isn't it?
Yeah. Hallucinogenic drug. Ever tried it?
No, I've never taken any illegal substances.
Okay, that's a big statement.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Okay.
Couple more questions, if that's okay. Ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
Salvia divinorum?
Magic mint, same thing.
Oh, yeah, you mean the drug? Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah, ever tried it?
Well, once or twice, yeah. But it's not really my sort of thing. It messes with your brain. I've never tried any other drugs either. Well, nothing like that. Nothing hallucinogenic.
He's never tried anything either. He's tried salvia a few times. So let's now go talk
Thank you. Probably
Ryan,
be back later.
Because Ryan knows a lot about Simon, it appears. I just thought, no. The contradiction wasn't that about the plant and that he didn't know what the mint was. It was his degree is in plants. We'll have to go back and talk to. You can get a contradiction on that.
A few more questions, please.
Yes, she didn't, so we'll ask her too, but...
Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum?
No. What is it?
It's a hallucinogenic plant. A legal one. At least for the moment.
I've no interest in drugs, Inspector. My job. That's the only drug I need. As trite as that may sound.
Do you know any students who may have used hallucinogens?
No. My students aren't interested in that kind of thing. Besides, no one is allowed drugs or alcohol onto the site. I don't think anyone has ever brought drugs to Atlas.
No.
Do you have any medicines on site at all?
No, we're not allowed. Insurance purposes.
Okay, he just said doesn't allow drugs or the premises, and now I gotta figure out where was that with. There was somewhere where she was always drunk at Alice. He was drunk at the meeting last Friday. Well, come on. That's not a contradiction. Really? I thought she said, that it was. I would have tried. Yeah. I'm thinking there's something else maybe. Maybe it's he was drunk, and then maybe that's where he. No, okay. So it's not brought drugs. So maybe it's. What would be? He was drunk. It's not drugs or alcohol. She didn't bring it though. She was just drunk, so that's different. Well, I get it. Okay. Liam's death. All right,
that's all for the moment. Thank you.
And see if we can get the contradiction there. See if there's anybody in the reading room though. No. Alright. So.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
James' degree is in plants. Doesn't know about plants.
Aha. So, your degree is in plant science, but you don't seem to know anything about plants.
Well, still got a lot to learn.
So you're still saying you've never heard of salvia?
Didn't say that.
So you have?
Maybe.
And you do grow it?
Yeah, it's legal, why not?
What do you do with it?
I use it for explorative purposes, meditation.
And does this involve anybody else?
Why?
Do you sell it or give it to anybody else?
No.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just for me, nobody else.
And that's the only drug you grow, is it?
Feel free to go and look if you want.
It's okay, I'll look later. The only drug he grows? Not sure I believe that, James. Then again, would someone growing illegal drugs bother growing a legal one?
Real? Okay, so. Oh, my bad. I meant to do this one. And then home brew. Okay.
Aha.
When you say herbal tea, do you mean salvia?
Probably.
So you traded salvia tea with Simon for his homebrew.
So?
So why did you say you didn't give salvia to anybody else? Did you give it to anybody else? How many people did you give it to? Did you give it to Kate?
No.
How about Liam?
I didn't have anything to do with him dying, if that's what you mean.
So you did give him salvia?
Yes, I gave him salvia because he asked for it, but that's not what killed him.
Well, he committed suicide, James, because of psychological issues that probably weren't helped by him trying hallucinogenic drugs.
Didn't commit suicide. You don't know anything about him. You don't know what happened.
Okay, so what happened then?
Do you even know about Third Eye?
Go on.
You don't know about Third Eye. If you don't know about Third Eye, you know nothing about Liam's death. I mean, forget salvia.
Fine, tell me then.
Third Eye was a cult. We had our very own psycho cult operating right here from our village hall. And I got rid of them, single-handed. I'm the one who got rid of Third Eye. Did they tell you that at the station?
Okay, start again. They were what?
You don't know anything, do you? Look. They were reeling in students, pretending to be some sort of happy life course, you know. We can make your life better sort of crap. Then they were putting everyone through this brainwashing program to make them compliant, and selling them on. It's all there.
What do you mean, selling them on?
Selling them. Like objects, commodities.
To who?
To anyone who could afford them. Top politicians, famous celebrities, wealthy businessmen, you name it.
What for?
You don't get it, do you? Third Eye were making and selling slaves. They were black market slave traders. They were wiping people's personalities using ECT, brainwashing, cocktails of hard drugs, deliberately turning them into perfect slaves. You know how much slaves are worth on the black market these days?
No.
Millions. And I'm talking per slave. That's why anyone who stood up to them and threatened to go public like Liam was just killed off. They didn't give a damn.
So you're saying Liam was murdered by Third Eye?
Exactly what I'm saying. That's why I started looking into it. They were all saying it was suicide, but there's no way.
So, did you ever actually meet Liam?
I found out about him.
And how did you find out about all this other stuff?
It's obvious, you could tell. I met some of the students. You could see straight away there was something wrong. They were like zombies. And I could tell when someone's got ECT damage or when they've been through mind conditioning. It's just obvious. I mean, US military used all these techniques back in the 50s. It's all documented, you can read about it. They showed all the same signs.
So, did you ever actually go to a meeting?
No, but I knew what went on.
How?
From what people said who'd been through it.
Okay, so do you know anyone I could speak to who did go through it?
Well, no. Look, it doesn't matter. Why did they close down if it wasn't true? They just closed down and disappeared overnight after I put all the flyers up. Bit of a coincidence.
But that was just after Liam died.
Yeah.
And do you think that had anything to do with it?
Maybe, but it was the flyers that forced them to close.
Okay. Do you mind if I keep this?
Yeah, you investigate it. It'll all come out. Third Eye definitely killed Liam.
Okay.
Well, that was a lot to take in. Does James really believe all this stuff? This is the first I've heard about Third Eye. Question is, what's their connection with Atlas, if there is one?
That was a lot to take in.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Go talk to Rebecca, I guess, because he's the first one away. Then we'll talk to Emma and Simon before we go to Atlas.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Alright, so Third Eye flyer. There you go.
Have you seen this before?
Don't take any notice of that.
Why?
James Wilson is a fantasist. He spends his time pretending to cast spells in the woods. He's not exactly a stable person. And, I heard that he was involved with growing cannabis.
Really?
Well, don't quote me on that.
So you don't think there's any truth at all to this?
None at all.
She's involved. He's gotta be involved.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Alright, so... I'm gonna talk to Emma first, I think.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Have you seen this?
Yeah. It was all over college last year. James made it. Idiot.
So you don't agree with what I'm saying?
No, I don't agree with anything James says. He's absolutely crazy. He thinks that the government has been controlled by aliens and that we're all bugged. He's nuts.
Alright, guys, I need to take a minute. Right back. Alright, I'm sorry, I'm back. Alright, let's see. Where were we? Okay, so... She doesn't believe anything James says.
Thank you.
So let's go visit
Probably be
Simon.
back later.
Do what Simon says.
Have you seen this before?
Oh, is this the thing that James did? Yeah, I've heard of it.
What do you know about all this? A third eye, I think they were called?
I don't really know anything about it. I mean, I've heard about Liam's death, but all I know about Three Eyes or whatever is on this flyer.
So you hadn't heard about Third Eye?
No, sorry.
You're part of Atlas, so I'm not surprised with that.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Yeah, let's go talk to Atlas. Which is Ryan.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Alright. That's what I'm about to
What do you know about this?
Not much.
So you've never seen this before? You don't know anything about Third Eye?
Well, I don't remember seeing it now.
You don't recognize any of the symbols on it?
Sorry.
That's a contradiction. Yes, you do. Because you said you don't recognize that, but yet you told me on the cardboard mask about this one. So you definitely know.
Aha.
Ryan, you've just told me all about the moon symbols on the mask, then you're claiming you don't know anything about the symbols on the flyer. It's all the same thing.
Oh, actually, yes. Sorry, yes, I do remember that.
So what did you know about Third Eye?
Not much, really. Never came into contact with them.
Doing a lot of blinking.
That explanation was way too short. Ryan's definitely hiding something.
Now what? What did you say about third eye? Oh, that ain't it.
Do you know what this is?
Looks like chopped tea bags to me. What is it?
I just thought you might know.
I don't know anything about plants, Inspector. What you should do is ask Rebecca. She knows far more about these things than I do. Messy things, growing things.
That didn't help us any. Huh. That's not gonna help us. Bird necklace, bird cage. Using the course. Won't let me do that. What to do next? Sorry, if I'm looking over left and looking at chat. I just see it. Thinking. I feel like we're missing something. What could we be missing? Maybe something James could tell us? Oh, the Atlas. Oh, is it random third eye? No. Oh.
Tell me about this.
It's the first one we ever had made. We had it designed by an agency after we'd spent weeks trying to find a name for this place.
It took you weeks?
Don't be like that, Inspector. I thought it was a rather grand name. Actually, if I'm being honest, I plucked it out of thin air one night in the George while I was having a few gin and tonics. Well, actually, somebody left a book and I stole it.
I'm confused.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Let's get a hint. Oh, you were looking in the woods again. Okay. So let's go here. Oops, wrong way. Nope, not that way. Jetty? Nope, not the jetty. It is a pretty sight though. Nice scenery. Nope, not the left. Come on. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead into the woods. Let me go further in the woods. Let me go right into clearing. There we go. What's going on here?
Do you mind not defacing public property, please?
What's it to you?
Well, I'm a policeman.
And that's supposed to make what difference exactly?
It means that you do exactly what I tell you to do.
Or what? Or you arrest me?
No, I'll give you a fine this time.
So, if I do something that you don't like, I have to give you some money? What happens if you do something that I don't like? You gonna give me some money?
Look, I do not have time to discuss it at the moment. Could you just go?
Pathetic.
What a prize brat. But why would he carve that into a tree? Either he's a die-hard rock fan, or there's more to that symbol than meets the eye.
Aha! So... I think I need to go back to Simon and Emma first, Rebecca, James, and then go back to Ryan, and I might be able to catch him myself.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
If I did this, would it mean anything to you?
No. Why?
It's okay. Thanks.
Well, it was worth a try. She doesn't know it. Simon might.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
If I did, this, would that mean anything to you?
Who did you see doing that?
Someone in the woods, carving it into a tree.
That was Kyle. It's a guy from the course. He's an idiot.
And where does he live?
I can't remember. Somewhere outside the village? The three fingers thing is something the students started doing. It's something from the course. The three freedoms.
The what?
The three freedoms? It's from the course. It's a phrase. Free to be free. Free yourself from the things that are holding you back, right? Things that stop you being successful.
What are they?
There's fear of failure, guilt, and a doubting, a self-doubt.
You believe that?
Yeah. Guilt ruins lives. It stops you looking forward. It serves no practical purpose. It's basically destructive.
Right.
Free to be free. Not the most original slogan, but I wonder how far this freedom goes.
There's...
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what we needed. I kind of would want to ask Emma or Rebecca and James, but I was going to go straight to their source. Back to Ryan.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
It's a devil's sign, isn't it? Is that what you're getting at, Inspector?
This is not something you use on the course.
Of course it's not something we use on the course, Inspector. I don't even know what that could possibly mean exactly.
Well... Contradiction.
Can you tell me a bit about the phrase free to be free?
Free to be free, my favourite motto. Well, we teach our students that people, they suffer from excessive guilt, don't they? Excessive self-criticism, excessive doubt. Evils of excess, we call them. And we tell our students that if they rid themselves of these evils, then they're free to realise their full potential.
Who came up with all this?
I have a background in psychology.
Honestly?
Yeah, don't look so surprised, Inspector. There's an intellect lurking in here.
When did you come up with the phrase?
When we were based at the village hall. When I say we, I came up with the phrase. Dad's more the money man.
And very successful at it too, I hear.
Oh, he's successful, but he's not a creative man. Dad suffers from a lack of imagination.
Okay, so I think we have him caught. So I think we asked about the third eye flyer.
Aha. According to the flyer, this Third Eye group was based at the village hall, is that right?
Was it?
That's where you were based, wasn't it? Yeah, you said you invented the Atlas phrase free to be free while you were based at the village hall.
So I did.
So you must have come into contact with Third Eye at some point. You were using the same hall.
Well, I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with you, Inspector.
Go on.
You see, Third Eye is, or was, Atlas under a different name. Sorry.
Atlas is Third Eye?
In a new improved form, yes.
And you ran Third Eye?
With Dad, yes.
So you must have known Liam. You didn't just meet him, did you?
Yes, I knew him, Inspector, but don't get your hopes up. All of this has been thoroughly investigated and cleared up.
You've been investigated about his death?
They dropped the case. We didn't have anything to do with it. Well, when I say drop the case, I mean a police investigation is one thing, but what the public thinks is another. They threatened to go public, and then James bloody Wilson started distributing his flyers, and that was it. No choice. There was an end to it.
You had to change the name.
We'd already paid the family an out-of-court settlement. I thought that was an end to it. But then James and his cronies, they wouldn't leave it alone. So we had to close down, buy a new place, rebrand. So eventually, we reopened here.
As Atlas?
As Atlas.
And it worked?
Up till now, yes.
So you knew James Wilson too?
We knew James, but he didn't know us as such. Oh, he was very quick to shoot us down, but he didn't do anything like actually coming to the course to see what he was about.
So James wouldn't know that you were now running Atlas?
Not unless he came to one of our courses.
And how much of all that stuff was true? ECT machines, brainwashing?
I'm afraid that exists only exclusively in the mind of Mr. Wilson. All we do is make better business people. We challenge their prejudices and presumptions. Why don't you come along and see for yourself? The course starts in 15 minutes. Excuse me, Inspector. Hello. I can't come back now. Well, you have my car at the moment. All right. All right. See you later. That was Dad. I have to go back. You can come and meet him if you like.
Well, I might come and have a chat.
Come with me.
All right, on to the 8 o'clock hour. So that means we've got 4 hours left.
To be perfectly honest, Dad's a great businessman, but he lacks imagination. He does, however, believe in the power of the individual, when taught by the right teacher, of course. Ryan! In here. Just coming. He's through here. To whom do I owe the pleasure?
Detective Inspector Jenks. I'm investigating a death in the village. I believe you knew Kate Vine.
Oh, I thought all this was dealt with, Inspector. You do know that Kate Vine was a gherkin short of a Big Mac. You do now.
Father.
You must forgive my son, Inspector. He still can't summon up the courage to come straight to the point. So what do you want to know?
Well, a few more questions if you don't mind.
Oh, but I do mind. I'm a very busy man. Try asking an intelligent question, like, do I mind being quizzed about a once promising student who turned into a useless drunk? Ryan, would you mind leaving us for a while?
I'll go back to the centre. I have one or two things to prepare. Call me if you need me, Dad.
You may begin, Mr. Holmes, although I'm not going to be able to help you. I don't have much to do with the course nowadays, so I can't give you any hard information.
That's as maybe, but we
No,
need...
that's as is.
Whoa.
But if you want my opinion, I'd be quite happy to give it to you. So, fire away.
Okay, thank you. Wow, Paul certainly doesn't take any prisoners. It's obvious who's pulling the strings in this family, and I wonder what they got up to in their previous guise as Third Eye. 8 o'clock already. How well did you know Kate?
Hardly knew her at all. Met her a few times. At the course, that's about all.
So when was the last time you saw her?
Last Friday. I just popped out of the course and about 7.
Did you speak to her then?
It's possible.
And how did she seem? Was she happy, sad, preoccupied?
She was drunk.
Do you know if Kate had lost this? It's her driving licence.
How would I know that?
You didn't see it lying around anywhere?
No.
Are you gonna annoy this guy?
Did you know anything about Simon Thompson's bike?
No.
So annoy this guy. Gonna throw us out of his house.
Ever tried Simon's homebrew? Simon Thompson?
No, I haven't. I wouldn't touch anything that has had Simon's fingers in it.
He's a pretty good actor.
What do you know about this?
It's a freedom necklace. It's a symbol we use sometimes on the course. Little bird in cage flying away. Freeing themselves from their past is the analogy.
So do they get them when they join the course or something?
No, not as a rule.
Yeah.
I think I bought one once as a present.
Oh, not for Kate,
You
by
go
any
back
chance?
to his son
No.
after we finish talking.
Not for Kate. I can't really remember who it was for. A birthday present, maybe for one of the students.
Which student?
I've no idea.
Let's see here. So he bought. Oh, well, that's awkward. I think he bought it for Emma.
What did you hear about an argument in the pub last Friday?
I didn't go to the pub last Friday.
You didn't hear anything about an argument in the pub?
Should I have?
No, that's fine.
Didn't buy it for Kate and...
Have you ever seen one of these before?
I believe it's a scrying mirror, pagan thing.
Ever used one?
Why would I use a scrying mirror?
Because...
So you have no interest at all in this sort of thing?
No.
Does the Atlas course use them at all?
Not at all.
I think
strange question.
Ryan said something about him and his dad about the scrying, so we'll have to go back on that one too. If I remember right. Card mask.
What do you know about this?
Looks like a mask.
You don't recognize it?
Not particularly. Looks like a monarch mask.
What's a monarch mask?
Monarch is fancy dress outfitters. Ryan goes there sometimes.
Alright, see here. No, as per the advertising.
Could you tell me a bit about this?
Had it designed by an agency.
And when was that?
Last year.
Is that when you started the business?
Yes, I suppose so.
Okay, excuse me.
How well did you know Liam?
Liam who?
Liam, who took his life.
Oh. Well, as far as I remember, he was a good student, confident, outgoing.
You didn't notice any problems?
I believe he had problems at home.
Were you there when he died?
Yes.
And afterwards? You didn't see him after the meeting?
No.
What was Liam like that night?
No. Apart from being drunk, or possibly because of that, he seemed perfectly happy.
He was drunk?
Well, I assume the bottle in his hand contained whiskey and not lemonade.
Lots of similarities to Kate, don't you think? Drinking, depression. Is that normal for the students?
People come into the Atlas course for quick solutions to their problems. And when they don't get them as quickly as they might have liked,
Yeah, that's contradiction.
Sometimes
Ryan.
their impatience gets the better of them.
He was drinking all night at the seminar. Means he brought in alcohol. I don't think we can contradict from here. Yeah, not yet.
Have you ever heard of Salvia divinorum, or magic mint?
Sounds like it might be a drug.
It's a hallucinogenic plant. Legal, as a matter of fact.
I'm not a drug taker, Inspector. I have no enthusiasm for voluntarily poisoning your brain.
And you've never seen anyone on the course taking it?
Well, if someone had, they wouldn't have done it openly. We don't allow drugs or alcohol in our course. We like to tell the students that success is the best drug.
Didn't you just...
Whether you buy into that, of course, is another matter.
Okay, now we got a contradiction.
Aha. So if you don't allow drink or drugs onto the site, why did you allow Liam to drink whiskey all night?
Well,
thank you.
We did give him various warnings. Did try to stop him, but didn't work.
But you let him stay on the course?
Yeah, well, we couldn't throw him out. This isn't a primary school, Inspector. We're not the police. We can't enforce these rules. If they pay their fees, they're entitled to stay on the course.
And what if they want to take drugs?
As long as they do it with discretion, frankly, I don't care if they want to wipe or inject paint stripper all over their faces.
Do you store any alcohol at Atlas?
No.
Is there a kitchen?
Why, do you want to go down there and check?
Well, obviously you wouldn't mind if what you're saying is true.
Of course I wouldn't mind. It's past the lavatories down the corridor, but you won't find any drugs
Bingo.
in there or alcohol.
Whether I find alcohol at Atlas or not, it probably isn't particularly relevant. But it's worth a look anyway.
Okay, so we asked about that. Why not?
Know what this is, by any chance?
I've no idea. Gardening isn't my kind of thing. Rebecca would probably know. I presume you've met Rebecca.
Yes, I have.
I'm sure she'd enjoy telling you what it is. She's the kind of woman who likes to feel superior. Would probably marry a millionaire and then decide to run her own pub.
Yes, why was that?
Well, she isn't exactly housewife material. She likes to be in control, like Wyatt. Shame, isn't it, that I'm in control of both of them?
Alright,
What do you know about this?
So you've been graced with Goebbels' company already, have you? James, our local minister for propaganda. I suppose Ryan already told you about our actual previous incarnation.
He explained, yes.
Did he tell you anything scandalous?
Not unless you count the suicide.
Oh. These things happen.
Was it your idea?
The suicide?
Third eye.
Yeah, I suppose it was. Yeah. As my son had started to atrophy, I decided I ought to give him something to do.
And Third Eye was the same as Atlas, teaching business skills.
Very similar.
So Liam's death didn't prompt you to make any changes?
There was nothing we could do about Liam's death, Inspector, any more than we could do anything about Kate's. It was out of our control.
You can't blame me for wondering, Paul. 2 student deaths in 2 years.
It's called a coincidence, Inspector. I expect they ate fast food also. But you're not investigating all the local chippies, are you?
If I did this, would it mean anything to you?
I presume you've seen an Atlas student doing that.
Ah, so this is an Atlas thing.
Well, it wasn't exactly our idea. The students started doing it spontaneously to show commitment to the cause. Cute, really. Which student did you see doing that?
I'm not sure, but he was carving it into a tree. I told him to stop.
Did you really? Why?
Defacing public property.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. What's the punishment for that kind of thing nowadays? Prison sentence?
It's usually a fine.
All right. What about defiling public liberty? Does that carry a fine too?
Oddly enough, the student in question argued a similar point. Is that something you encourage on the Atlas course?
We encourage people who put ideas first and moral anachronisms second. The problem with the law, Inspector, is that it's out of date.
Well, I suppose that's a matter of opinion. However, you still respect it.
Respect it? I abide by it. We all play by the book, Inspector, but that's only because of the threat of possible incarceration.
Can you tell me a little about the Atlas phrase, free to be free?
Where did you hear that?
I was talking to one of your students.
It's a little phrase we conjured up to summarize our objectives.
What is your objective, if you don't mind me asking?
Mine, or do you mean the course's objective?
On the course.
The objective of the course is to free people from bondage. We teach that most people are crippled by their past, by guilt, their attitudes, their beliefs, all that kind of nonsense.
Guilt cripples people.
Feeling guilty in business is like a meat eater feeling guilty in an abattoir. Guilt comes from the archaic emotional centers of the brain. It's a vestige of our animal ancestry, that's all. In business, you heed it at your peril. I'm sorry, Inspector, my house appears to be haunted. Would you mind closing the door?
So, you believe that guilt has no place in business?
None at all. I have few beliefs, Inspector, but that's one of them.
And what if you have done something wrong?
Well, that's the whole point. Guilt has nothing to do with it.
Interesting opinion.
Okay, that looks like that's all the questions we can ask there.
That's it for the time being. Thank you.
Go back to Atlas.
I get the feeling I might be seeing a lot of Paul tonight.
I want to investigate that kitchen.
So the kitchen must be down the corridor there, if what Paul said is true.
I didn't click on that door. Oh, down the corridor, my bad.
Interesting. Well, there's a TV right there with a DVD player. I don't think anyone will mind if I have a quick look at this.
Alright, just because it says on it, the rating didn't, it said there was a suggestive theme, but it doesn't list anything as inappropriate, but I'm going to go ahead and mute the sound, and I'm going to go back up the screen, and I'm just going to watch this, and then if all's good, we'll watch it on stream. So give me a second. It should be fine, but I'm just being overcautious. Hang on. Alright. I'm like still live and you can still hear me. So, but I got the sound muted, so you won't see anything, screen won't see anything, so. Just checking out the DVD here. Give me a second. Okay, so far I don't see anything inappropriate, so we will watch it here when I come back. Okay, there's nothing inappropriate, so I'll come back on. All right, I'm back.
But why make a video of it?
Sorry. Okay, here we go. So we'll just watch this again. Oh, I already used it. Alright, so I think I can go in here. And do it in here. Yeah, I'll replay the scene. Watching the DVD. There you go. Okay. Okay, so someone was pickpocketed. Tied to a chair, it looks like. So, alright. So that's fine. Return to current game. Yep. Okay. So what I want to do is go back to... How do I go back to where Paul was? That's a good question. Huh. Alright, let's go to Emma and Simon. I'll have to figure out how to get to Paul.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. Have you seen this before?
No. Don't think so.
Okay. Simon?
Thank you. Probably be back later. Have you seen this before?
No. No, sorry.
Okay, so he doesn't recognize it, so...
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Let's try Rebecca, maybe? And then we'll go back to James. We gotta figure out where Paul is, I guess. It's kind of weird because I mean, it took me to where his father was, but I don't know how to get to him back again.
Ask about a few more things, please.
Let's ask about
If I did this, would that mean anything to you?
Why, is it meant to mean something?
No, it's okay. Ever heard the phrase free to be free?
Do you mean the Atlas thing? Yes, I have.
Know what it means?
It means being free of guilt.
What do you think about that?
You mean, do I think it's a bad thing?
Do you? I mean, surely if you have done something wrong.
Oh, but that's the point, Inspector. Most people spend their time feeling guilty over nothing, and that's not a good thing.
Okay.
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry. Ask Ryan.
I'm going to.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
But we're gonna do this first. Maybe the Brennan house.
A couple more questions, if that's okay. Seen this before?
The writing looks familiar, but no.
Okay.
Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thought maybe something would be in the house, but did I get it? Sorry, I was checking to see if I got a magnifying glass. I didn't look. Nope, magnifying glass. Okay. So we want to go to the farmhouse.
A few more questions, please. If I did that, would it mean anything to you?
Yeah, it's a Satanism symbol. Satanists use it.
Have you ever seen anyone using it?
Lots of people. Politicians, presidents, CEOs.
Have you ever seen anyone local using it?
Not that I remember.
Ever hear the phrase free to be free? Heard anyone use that?
Nah. What is it, a song?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't matter. Seen this before?
No, what is it?
Do you recognize it?
No. Should I?
Okay, you're not involved in anything.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Why don't I just get... That's interesting. So we're gonna go talk to his son. Oh. Well, okay. What is this deal?
The DVD! That's all they took. It must have been deliberate. Someone clearly wanted that back. Nice and helpful of them to leave a piece of evidence behind, though.
Okay. Well, that was not expected. Okay. That was different, yeah. I'm still convinced that Ryan's gonna know something here. I'm gonna ask him about the bag. Um. Okay.
Let yourself go. Feel your soul lifting.
Okay, that's creepy.
Then wait for the moment to break free. Then break free. Excellent, Hannah.
Well,
Could you come back later, please?
what's going on here?
Please, leave.
Sorry, Ryan, there's a few more questions I have to ask you yet, and time's ticking by.
Leave.
Okay.
Yeah, that was weird.
What on earth was that about? Looked like they were burning woolen dolls. A woolen doll burning ceremony. What a very odd course this is.
'Cause it's dark. Okay, maybe if I go talk to everybody else first. He'll be done with whatever that weird thing is. Ooh, I'm going back to his dad's house. I might need to, but I'm gonna hold off on that. We're going back to his dad's house. Oh, let's just do it fast. Oh, went the wrong way. Sorry. I meant to go behind because I want to see. If. Haha! Yeah, baby! That's it! My suspicion paid off on that one.
So, those are Ryan's guitars, kept in a garage. Not really the best place to keep them.
That's it? Well, that was kind of disappointing. I was gonna get a lot more than that.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Have you seen this before?
No, I don't think so.
You don't recognize the shop?
No.
Is there someone else who works at Atlas? Someone who may have been there tonight?
No. There's a cleaner. Comes at strange times, but then he's a strange boy. Work experience.
As a cleaner?
Oh, we did try him in accounts, but didn't work out.
Yeah, I don't think we went to the remote control lock. I'll definitely ask about that, though.
What can you tell me about doll burning at Atlas?
Not very much. It's one of Ryan's ideas. My son is under the illusion that he's a genius.
Okay.
Does Ryan play the guitar?
Ryan? Ryan couldn't get a tune out of a radio. He's tone deaf.
Okay, so he's never tried to go professional.
If he did try, it was never going to happen.
Okay. That's interesting.
Thank you. Probably be back later. A few more questions, if you don't mind. Seen this anywhere before?
Nope.
Having a guitar and not being able to play, is that a contradiction? I think it is, but I think I need to talk to Ryan about that.
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning? What sort of doll burning?
It doesn't mean anything to you.
No. Should it?
No, that's okay.
You, James, wouldn't know.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
So let's go to Rebecca next. And then we'll go back to Emma and Simon. I may go to Simon first this time. Just to change it up.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Have you seen this before, anywhere?
Well, I know the shop, costume shop just outside the village.
Ever used it?
Not personally, but I think Ryan might have.
Aha.
What do you know about doll burning at Atlas?
Only that it's part of the course. I'm not entirely sure what they're for, but I made dozens for him.
You made them?
Oh, Ryan can't make anything. He's practically dyspraxic.
I don't even know what that means, but okay. Prastic or something like that.
Does Ryan play the guitar?
He tries. He does keep wasting money on them, though. I think he believes if he buys the right one, he'll suddenly turn into Jimi Hendrix. It's sad, really. I just let him play in his room. As long as he plays in there, I don't mind.
So he wastes money on guitars, okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay. Couple more questions, if that's okay. Seen this? You know the shop?
Yeah, I know the shop. I hired something from them last year, I think.
This is for a party, I assume.
Yeah, something like that.
Uh-huh.
What do you know about doll burning?
Not on the course. It's a ritual thing. It's getting rid of things that you don't need. Throw it into the fire.
And that's a good thing?
Well, yeah, it helps you getting rid of things you don't need, so you can move on and take control again.
So what are the masks for?
They're just to help you get into the right frame of mind. Just get you into the zone, help with the trance.
A trance?
Yeah. It's like self-hypnosis. We do it on the course sometimes. It's just to help you get into the right frame of mind,
So you hypnotize yourself? How do you do that?
Just stare into a mirror and chant something, just say the same thing over and over again. Or you could just close your eyes and put yourself into a trance. Some people can do that.
And that's safe?
Well, yeah. Hypnosis doesn't work the way that most people think it does. You can't just be hypnotized if you don't want to be hypnotized. But you can learn to hypnotize yourself.
What did you say it was called? Auto-hypnosis?
Self-hypnosis, auto-hypnosis, same thing really.
I think Simon was a bit too quick to play down the role of auto-hypnosis on the course. I'll have to ask around about this.
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
Not a whole lot. I know he brought a guitar to one of the groups once, at the end of one of the stages. That's the only time I've seen him with a guitar.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Do you know the shop? Have you used it?
No, but I know where it is.
What do you know about doll burning?
Doll burning, I think it was something that they did on the course. Simon mentioned it.
Oh, they didn't do that when you were there?
No.
What do you know about Ryan's guitar collection?
I know he plays, because he tried to buy one off me.
Do you play?
I used to. I used to be in a band, but I was a singer as well, so I got away with it.
Singer as well?
Yeah, I used to sing in a band every night. But sometimes it was in a pub, but usually at Rebecca's.
What was that called?
It was called Blackstone. And this guy from a record company once came to see us, and he said the band was rubbish, but that I was good. So after that, I don't think they liked me much, and then we broke up after college.
Well, I've been...
Can't hide talent. Do you know what auto-hypnosis is?
It's some type of self-hypnosis, isn't it?
Yeah. Have you ever tried it?
No, I haven't. But I think Kate was into it. She learned it from when she went to Atlas.
And what did she tell you about it?
Not a lot, really. I think it helped her. I think she used it as a sort of self-meditation.
Okay,
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Rebecca? We keep getting new clues. He's getting his exercise, that's for sure.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Do you know anything about hypnosis used on the Atlas course?
Are you sure you mean hypnosis or the power of persuasion?
What's the difference?
Not a lot. But if you want someone to do something, it's usually easier to ask nicely.
Atlas used persuasion techniques.
Well, don't all businesses use it, Inspector? Ever heard of advertising?
I think I'm gonna go to his dad next, and I might go to Jason, then I'll switch over to Ryan.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Actually, no, I'll just go to Paul's next. Because he's closer.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Can you tell me more about the auto-hypnosis techniques used on the course?
We don't use hypnosis on the course.
Not at all?
Not anymore.
So, how was it used?
Hypnosis is probably the wrong word, Inspector. It's nothing to do with the trances or things like that. It was meant to force... to help students.
Did you force them?
You can't force anybody into being hypnotized. You have to want to be hypnotized. It's not something out of your control. You can't be hurt or damaged in any way by hypnosis.
So you've never put pressure on students to enter into hypnosis?
It would be impossible to do so.
Yeah, I feel like that is something, but I don't... I think it's gonna be must be a
That's all
Brian
for the
thing.
moment. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna go talk to James real quick, and then we'll go over to Ryan.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. Ever heard of auto-hypnosis, James? Self-hypnosis?
Yeah?
And what do you know about it?
It's another name for scrying. Some people call it auto-hypnosis, I call it scrying.
Right. So you're saying scrying is just self-hypnosis?
Scrying? You could scry on anything. I don't use a mirror. I can scry watching the clouds. Maybe the water on a lake in the moonlight.
And when you're watching the water...
That guy's creepy too.
What happens? Do you go into a trance?
You lose yourself in your unconscious. You go deeper and deeper. You swim around. Try not to go too deep. Because if you go too deep, you start drowning. And you get dragged down to the bottom. As long as you stay swimming, you come to the surface again. Then you wake up and see the world as it really is. It's like a journey to a place people talk about, but no one's ever seen. You're thinking about Kate, aren't you?
What makes you say that?
She bought a mirror. Sold her one last year.
Was she into using mirrors like that?
No idea. But she bought one.
Right.
Okay, so...
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Now we're going to... I think I have a contradiction for Emma, but... We're gonna go talk to Ryan first. At Atlas. I can get in there. That's still doing his little meeting. What to do now? Old boss, I guess? No. Get a tip. I thought it just said it add something. Okay, let's try. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that with my contradiction. Do you know which contradiction? Do you have an idea of a contradiction for Emma, or?
Ask about a few more things, please.
Well, if you remember, I know this was from our first stream, but you said, I believe, if I remember right, no, not Kate. She said she didn't know Loom very well, but then I thought we said something about...
Aha.
There we go.
That band you sang in, Blackstone. Who else was in the band?
Just a few people from college.
Including Liam?
Yeah.
Why did you say you didn't know him?
No, it's not that. I just thought you meant that I didn't know about his suicide.
Did you?
No, I was away on holiday.
When he died?
Yeah, I only knew him through the band.
She definitely knows more than she's saying. She was in a band with Liam, but didn't know about his problem? I'm not sure I believe you, Emma.
I don't think she was on holiday, but why? Pick it with your boss, okay? Yeah, I think I will in a second. No.
Right. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Getting an exclamation point. I think he's going to Ryan's guitar. Ryan's runs brought. Aha! Okay, got it.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Maybe. So... we want to look at his death. That's not gonna help today.
Thank you. Probably be back
Maybe
later.
Simon? There's something I'm missing there. So there you go. Yeah. Okay. Smiley Ann had it. Should have just gone. Sorry, I should have just done that. But it just didn't make sense why. Oh, popping up with an exclamation point.
Yes, Jenks.
Sir, I've been assaulted. Mugged.
What did they take? The hat?
No! A DVD I found, sir.
Was it a dodgy one?
And I don't think so, sir, but obviously someone wanted it back. Put a bag over my head.
What did they do that for?
I have no idea. It's quite disorienting, actually.
Did you keep the bag?
Yes.
Right, we'll find out where it came from. Someone must know about it.
All right, Chief. I'll call later.
Can't wait.
Okay. Nope, that's not what. That's not what I wanted either. Can you get to the shop to the... No, I can't. I'm gonna go and ask Paul some more questions.
A few more questions, please.
Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Okay, guess he has nothing else.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Alright, we're gonna take another tip, I think. There are things you haven't asked Emma, Brian, and Paul about yet. I haven't asked Paul about anything because I can't get to Paul. Or, no, it says I haven't asked Paul?
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Alright, let's go through and see if there's anything else I can ask Paul. Replayed, did that, replay that answer, yep. Can't answer that. Oh. How did I miss that?
Have you seen this before?
Looks familiar. Where did you find it?
It was, in the woods.
Presumably had something to do with Kate or her killer.
Well, that's what I'm trying to establish.
Shouldn't it be in an evidence bag, Inspector, in case of contamination?
I didn't have one with me, unfortunately.
Well, don't go testing it for DNA, will you? It's got yours all over it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That wasn't really helpful, but still. That's what that. That's about all that. Already asked about that. After that, trying to see if I can. I already asked him all the questions. Well, it's saying
That's all for the
Simon
moment. Thank you.
or Emma. That was Paul. Oh, now we'll try. Try them again.
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Asked. Already asked. Where did he... It's 2 different people, so that's not gonna be work for me. Already asked all this stuff. I'm not sure what to do
Be
next.
back later on, if that's okay.
I've already asked her everything. You're gonna call it a night. Please let me know. You'll do that. Alright, I will do. Definitely. Thanks for coming out, Smiley Ant. I'll definitely let you know when the next stream is gonna be. Now that we're back on the normal night shifts, all my streams will be at 8 o'clock at night, so you know everything's gonna be more around that hour. So right now, next week I'm gonna focus probably just on next Saturday. Might throw one in during the week depending on how the week goes, but I'm going to try to every Sunday update the calendar on Twitch so you'll be able to see when I'm gonna be streaming that next week. So, and generally, unless I can't, I'll be streaming on Saturdays if I can. So might stream. I'm probably gonna stream next Friday as well. So you have a good night, though. Get my notes here.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Just text me when you are live. Sounds great. Thanks. Notes. The things you haven't asked Emma and Ryan about yet. What haven't I asked Emma about?
A few more questions, if you don't mind.
Asked Emma everything. Obviously, there's...
Do you know the phrase, free to be free?
Yeah. It's an Atlas thing.
I asked her this.
I first heard it when I went with Simon.
What did they say about it?
They said that you shouldn't feel guilty if you do something wrong. I don't agree with that.
No?
No. No, I think you should feel guilty if you do something wrong.
What did Simon think?
I don't know, but I don't think he agreed with that either.
Okay. Okay, so
that's it for the time being. Thank you.
I have to say now that all I have listed is Dr. Ryan. There are 4 things you haven't asked about Ryan about yet. Well, I know that, but I can't. It's Ryan. Okay. Huh. So... Okay, I'm confused. Where's Ryan?
A couple more questions, if that's okay? Thank you. Probably be back later.
Alright. 7 o'clock hour, can't find Ryan? Alright, let's see. This is weird. Told me to leave there, and then... Okay, so other people are saying the same thing. Great, everything is in German. That's not helpful because it's in German. Oh, what do I do, guys? I'm confused. I'm stumped. I'm really stumped because I can't talk to Ryan. Okay, I'm so confused. Alright, let's try to go to Chief again. I don't think it's an answer. Maybe... And maybe I can do this.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
It felt like this.
Aha. Do you visit Monarch Costumes a lot?
No. I used to go in there occasionally. Why?
But you do know the shop.
Yes, of course I do.
You see, Paul, I thought you said you didn't know where this bag was from.
Well, maybe I do.
This was used to put over my head, Paul, by a mugger. Would you like to tell me something?
Are you suggesting that I had something to do with your mugging?
Did you?
You really ask the most ridiculous questions. Of course I didn't.
So why did you lie about the shop?
Well, I didn't have anything to do with your mugging, Inspector, but I might know somebody who did.
Go on.
Did Ryan mention Jason to you, the cleaner? Unfortunately, Ryan at some point told Jason that the DVD mustn't be removed from the site. So, when he saw you take it, he simply thought that he was doing us a favour by, getting it back. He isn't exactly what you'd call one of Darwin's best examples.
So what's on the DVD that's so special?
All right, it was something I did myself, a little stunt I pulled to amuse the students.
What kind of stunt?
I pretended to steal from the students. I emphasize the word pretended. The students knew all about it afterwards. Everything was above board.
Steal from students? Why?
We were doing a piece about pushing the limit, so I decided I would show them how it was done. Oh, don't look so serious, Inspector. I returned everybody's things immediately afterwards. No harm done.
Okay, so
and when was this?
Last year sometime.
At Third Eye or Atlas?
Third Eye, I think.
And this was before or after Liam died?
Well, since you'll probably find out anyway, it happened to be on the night that Liam died, as it happens. Before you ask, no, I didn't steal from him.
Do you think it's a good idea to encourage students to steal, Paul?
I wasn't encouraging students to steal. Policemen are so literal. Life is shades of grey, Inspector. Much as the Force might like it, it doesn't divide neatly into blacks and whites. Now, if you don't mind, you're going to have to excuse me for a moment. You know where the door is.
Well, maybe now I can talk to Raymond. Alright guys, I am gonna need to take a 5
I see
minute
he
break
was
here.
quick enough to claim he didn't steal from Liam. What kind of stunt was that anyway? And Liam dying later the same night? It's just all a bit too suspicious.
I'll be right back. I mean, 5 minutes. Okay, sorry about that, I'm back. Alright. So, let's try seeing if we can get to Atlas and see if we can talk to Ryan now. I don't know if we're actually going to be able to, but... if not, maybe we'll go to Emma. Let's try it. Nope. Okay. Well, let's go back to Emma. I'm still convinced there's one more there. Alright. Here we go. Come on. Alright. So, knock on Emma.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
What do you know about Paul Rand?
Paul the Slime.
You've obviously met him then.
Yes, I have.
What do you know about him committing a fake theft during one of the courses?
What, about him going through people's bags? Yeah, he tried that thing on me as well, weirdo.
So you were at Third Eye?
Yes. Yes, I went there for a few months after college and I left because I hated it.
She said that she wasn't.
And I didn't know
there when
Atlas
Lynn
was the
died.
same thing. And I went with Simon.
She said it was on
Simon
Monday.
No. I didn't want to burst his bubble, so I didn't say anything.
So he doesn't know you went to Third Eye?
No.
Ah! So is that where you met Ryan as well?
Yep.
Right. What didn't you like about the course?
Well, it was stupid. They just made you do things to other people and be abusive just to prove that you could, and I absolutely hated it.
What sort of things?
Oh, just stupid things. Nasty things to prove that you could do it. It was about not feeling guilty. And it was horrible. That's why I left.
And is Simon doing all of this stuff now?
No, I think they had to stop because it was just getting ridiculous. I think somebody got arrested or something.
Very interesting.
Okay. She said she was on vacation, but Jess said
aha. So, you witnessed Paul's money-stealing stunt, is that right?
Yes.
But you weren't there when Liam died?
No.
Don't quite understand that, you see, because Paul pulled the stunt on the same night. Liam died later that evening.
I must have got mixed up.
So you don't know anything about Liam's death, even though you were there on that night?
No.
Emma. I think you better explain, don't you?
It was the stupid course, wasn't it?
Go on.
Well, we were all told to do stupid things and then that thieving thing happened and so...
Take a breath, Emma.
Liam killed himself because of me.
Why?
Liam had a birthmark on the side of his face. And no one would mention anything, even though we all knew it was there.
And she did.
And they all thought it was ugly. So I thought I'd say something, and I even asked Paul if it was okay to say it.
What did he say?
He said he wouldn't mind. Then Liam killed himself. Liam's dead because of me.
Well, Emma, I'm quite sure you regret what you said, but I really don't think you caused Liam's death. There's always more to these things than meets the eye. It wasn't your fault.
We can't tell Simon, please.
Simon doesn't need to know. Don't worry.
Thank you.
You take care of yourself. Alright, 9 p.m.
9 o'clock. Poor Emma. I suppose it's possible that what she said led to Liam's death, but I really doubt it. I blame the Rands before I blame her.
Okay. I definitely want to go back to Atlas now, because Jeremy should be back. No. Brian should be back.
That'll come in handy. Don't know why I never remember to buy one.
Ooh. Right, that's good. I'll be home.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. I didn't realize you were a musician.
Oh, well, I'm not really a musician. I mean, I dabble a little bit. To be quite honest with you, I'm far more interested in collecting guitars.
You're not in a band?
Well, I did audition. I did audition a few years ago. When I say a few years ago, of course, I mean about 20 years ago. Doesn't time fly?
What band was that?
Oh, I can't remember. Something Stone. Aren't they all called Something Stone? Hammerstone. That's it.
And you still collect?
I haven't bought a guitar for over a year. I feel I've moved on.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about auto-hypnosis?
No. What would you like to know?
Do you use it on the course?
We dip into it occasionally,
hey,
but
how's it going?
it's not a major feature of the course. I would say that, well, a minority of the students know how to use it, but the majority wouldn't know and have a clue.
It's not a requirement of the
Finding out
course.
about this,
No, not at all.
case.
We don't ask people to do things that they're not comfortable with. There's no bribery, no coercion. We're thinking about phasing auto-hypnosis out, actually.
What's the reason for that?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Inspector, it doesn't actually work very well.
So we started the whole thing because someone's died, and this whole story is starting to unravel. There's a lot of things going on. There's a kind of like a cult, business university thing.
What do you know about your father's money-stealing stunt?
Oh, well, yes, that was something that Dad decided to do as part of the shock aspect of the course.
But he went too far, you believe.
He usually does.
And do you think it did have anything to do with Liam's death?
No. Liam wasn't like that at all. I mean, that was just a simple, unfortunate coincidence. I mean, Liam had his own problems, but he didn't have any problems with the money shock stunt. No.
Okay.
What do you know about Emma Bowman criticising Liam before his suicide?
I was there. I witnessed it. Well, I know Emma blamed herself for his death.
Did she?
Well, she was upset and all of that, but I wouldn't blame her, Inspector. I really don't think she had anything to do with it at all.
You don't think?
Liam was a very confident person, very outgoing, very strong individual, or so it seemed. I mean, people are free to do what they like. Even something as irreversible as bumping themselves off. Sad though that is.
Thank you so much for the sub. Subscription for 22 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Alright. So, for that, you get a beat. Actually, you know what? Just for you, I'm gonna give you a fiery bean here. Alright, what do I got? Oh, do I get a second roll? What do you think? Second spin? You're too kind. Alright, one more spin. We're actually get the same thing. Oh, okay. I don't like this bean, but I can handle this bean. It's not that I can handle a Carolina Reaper, but I would need to take my hat off. So I can handle a jalapeno with no problem. Alright, there we go. Definitely a jalapeno. Woo! He's kicking in. Alright, Whoa. Woo! Alright, there we go. Whew. Gonna start sweating here in a second. Let's see. So, you asked about the... No, we don't ask about...
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
Alright, so the biggest thing we found... One of the things we found out is he's lying of the band he was in. Let's go back to pub, I think. We'll enter the outbuilding. And then here I want to use... Did I not use it? Oh, there. What do we find? Ooh, letter or something? Don't put that mouse. You have no idea where it's been. R EWL Devil Worshippers.
Oh, well. And there's the mask symbol again. Looks like someone's been trying to make a point.
Good to know. Okay, we're gonna go to James first on this one, because James is definitely the starter of everything.
Ask about a few more things, please. Know anything about these?
Nope.
Well, there you go then. He didn't know anything.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
Maybe Paul could tell us about it, because it's their car anyway, I think. Or is it Rebecca's car? I keep getting kicked keep getting kicked out of my fire stick. That stings.
A couple more questions, if that's okay.
Let's see. I'm not sure why you'd be getting kicked out, though.
Do you know what these are?
Yes, that's Ryan's car. Another toy he managed to ruin. It was vandalized sometime last year.
You know who did it?
I don't believe anybody was ever prosecuted for it.
I don't think it's a Twitch issue, but mistake. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, I had a Roku issue a month ago. I couldn't get it connected to my wireless. I had to I finally got it connected, but I had to restart or factory reset everything. I still don't have all my Roku sign-ins set up. I really only wanted it so I could mirror my screen to the TV, which I'm not doing. It would be kind of cool to see all this on the big screen, but then I'd be looking over to the right, so I decided not to do that. It's still pretty big. It's pretty cool. Let's see. So exit this, we'll talk to Rebecca. I don't think Rebecca did the vandalism. Talk to Emma. We can talk to Simon, and then we'll go to Ryan again.
A few more questions, please. Have you ever seen these?
It's Ryan's car. It got vandalised last year. His camera had been stolen, so I took pictures. God, whoever did it made a mess, didn't they?
But nobody was prosecuted for it.
Not that I remember. The insurance paid out, though.
Okay.
Okay, that's it for now.
I mean,
Thank you.
I didn't really expect her to say much more than that, to be honest. Sorry, though.
Ask you a couple more things, please.
Yep, I want to ask you about that.
Do you know anything about these?
Nope. Sorry.
Didn't think you would. Check with Simon.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Just make sure.
Have you seen these before?
No. Don't know the car.
Okay.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
So, go map. And let's go to the atlas where Ryan is. Should be. Yep. Way in there now.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Do you know what these are?
Oh, yes, that's my old car. It was vandalized. I took those for the insurance company. Where did you find those?
At the pub. You know who did this?
Yes. A girl called Lisa Blint. She was on the course, very strange girl.
And why did she write the words
devil worshippers all over your car?
Well, she was a very strange girl. She had a lot of psychological problems. I'm not entirely sure, Inspector. I mean, she took a dislike to the course for some particular reason. I couldn't quite put my finger on it. And she asked for a refund. I declined. And she decided to spray her disapproval all over my car.
Odd thing to spray, isn't it, though? Devil worshippers?
Well, she was a very odd girl, Inspector. Maybe she thought it was a way of getting back at us. I've no idea.
Did Rebecca know about it?
Well, yes, she did, but I wasn't about to unleash Rebecca on her. She can be quite fierce sometimes, you know. And, I mean, the girl wasn't vindictive. She had psychological problems. She lives in the village, actually. The run-down house at the end of the lane. Can't miss it.
Really? Right, thank you.
So the kind of premise of the game is you have to ask these questions, and then you have to find the contradictions when people say. It might be from what one person said to another person, or to you. You catch somebody else in a lie. And basically, you're catching these contradictions, and we're progressing the story on. It's a very linear. The game is the way it was designed is they want you to take the certain path. You don't really you can go and ask all these questions, spend time asking tons of people different questions that aren't helpful. As far as wasting spending more time than you need to, but as far as the story, it's basically going to be already played out for us. It's not going to make a difference by what we decide to say to make a different ending. So it's more of an experience game, and all we're doing is continuing the story by each hour by finding the contradictions, if that makes sense. All right, so
that's all for the moment. Thank you.
Said. Go back to the end of the west lane. That's over here.
Could that be where Lisa lives? Run-down house at the end of the lane. That's what Ryan said, wasn't it?
So we'll get her side of the story here. Maybe.
Is it Lisa?
Yes.
Inspector Jenks, I'm investigating an incident in the village. I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
What sort of incident?
I'd rather come in and discuss it if that's all right with you. I promise I won't take long. Thank you. I'll just go in here, yes?
I have to go out in a minute.
Oh, look, I can come back later.
I might not be here. What did you want to ask?
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, did you know Kate Vine?
No.
Right. Well, I heard that you're familiar with Atlas, the life skills training company.
What do you want to know about Atlas?
Well, I heard you reacted badly to it.
Of course I reacted badly. So would anyone.
Now, why do you say that?
Because they're devil worshippers.
Devil worshippers?
They're making demons appear. They're tricking everybody. They're getting people to join up, then they're putting demons inside them. You can see them.
See who?
Demons.
Where could you see them?
In the mirrors.
At Atlas?
Any mirror. You can't get rid of them. They stay inside you.
So, how did you get rid of them?
I didn't.
You still see them?
Okay, creepy.
I just don't look. I put all the lights on. I make sure it's all bright. I put them on when I need to look in the mirror. If I make sure everything is bright, I just see myself without seeing the other person.
Who is the other person?
She's like me, but
I'm getting all the goosebumps here.
older. It's like her
Might be a
eyes
jump
sink
scene. I
in.
don't know.
She's all wrinkled.
Just a warning.
With a wrinkled mouth. Like she's dying. And then I realise I'm her. I'm not me anymore. I'm her. I'm sorry, I have to go now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Did she take her key? That was strange.
What a very fragile and disturbed person, and utterly convinced that Atlas are worshipping the devil. How are Ryan and Paul going to get out of this one?
We're going to Ryan first. Or Paul first.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Do you know anything about devil worship, Paul?
I beg your pardon?
Devil worship? Satanism?
Am I missing something here?
I heard Atlas had elements of Satanism on the course.
You are misinformed. We're a training company, we're not devil worshippers. What kind of a question is that?
So you've no interest in the occult?
No, Inspector, I have no interest in the occult any more than I have interest in pole vaulting, cheese making, or snake charming.
Hey, don't
Anything else you want to know that I'm not interested in?
That's fine, thanks.
Okay.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
That's Ryan. All right, let's go in there.
A couple more questions, if that's okay. Has devil worship ever been part of the course, Ryan?
Am I correct in assuming that you have spoken to Lisa Blint?
You would be. She's been telling me all about the Atlas obsession with Satanism, Ryan.
Then if you've met Lisa Blint, then you will have worked out for yourself that she has a very vivid imagination. She also has psychological problems, diagnosed psychological problems, as a matter of fact.
So where did she get the idea that you lot were, devil worshippers?
I really have no idea. The girl is insane. She's frightened of her own shadow, bless her. She actually thinks that demons are possessing her even now. You really can't trust a word she says.
So you are saying there has never been any devil worship at Atlas?
I don't even know what devil worship is, Inspector. It's not something I particularly know anything about. I certainly don't recall anyone ever having worshipped the devil at Atlas. We even tried to help the poor girl by paying for some treatment, but she didn't want it.
Really?
It's not easy to offer someone help when they think that you're the problem.
All right, I caught you. So, black scrying here, because he used to have a black mirror himself. He used to read about it. And
aha. So you used to read a lot about voodoo and satanic rituals, but you don't know anything about devil worship?
Well, obviously, I just meant we don't worship the devil. We're not devil worshippers here at Atlas, Inspector. Ridiculous.
But the point is, Ryan, that you claim not to know anything about it, but admitted you were obsessed with it when you were younger. Are you sure none of that made its way onto the Atlas course? And that Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything within that course?
Lisa isn't basing her beliefs on anything other than her own imagination, Inspector. Look, we do use some techniques that some students find difficult, disturbing. We encourage them to see things differently, that's all. And some people simply aren't up to that. Some people, like Lisa. That's why we introduced the aptitude test.
He's
What's
got
the
a lot
aptitude
of problems
test?
here. A lot of
This.
contradictions. He's coming this way.
We ask students to fill in an aptitude test, medical history, psychological issues, that kind of thing, any medication that they have used in the past, any medication that they currently are using. Here, take a look. Basically, it's just to try and make sure that we don't get another Lisa.
Has it worked?
Oh, touch wood, so far, yes.
Can I keep a copy of this?
I wonder how much importance they actually give to this test. And what are they doing that's so disturbing anyway?
Okay, so we got another contradiction coming his way. Freedom necklace. Never bought one. I think it was under her guilt. No, not that. Oh, so, alright, hey, sorry, Awen, if you're still here, thanks for coming out, take care. Alright.
Thank you. Probably be back
Still
later.
talk to Paul. Yeah, I got my father and son mixed up.
A few more questions, please. Thank you.
Do you think Emma's criticism of Liam on that last night led to his suicide?
I doubt it helped.
Did you encourage Emma to criticize him?
I didn't encourage Emma to do anything. I merely told her what we tell every student to do, to express themselves as they want to. It would be out of order to criticize them after that, wouldn't it? However, I didn't expect her to criticize his birthmark, if that's what it was. That's a decision she took herself.
So you didn't know her well?
No, not at all.
Oh, I think you bought her the necklace, buddy. I'm going on a limb, but... Oh, bingo.
You say you didn't know Emma, yet you bought her a freedom necklace.
I don't remember saying anything about buying Emma a necklace.
So you didn't buy her one? So you did buy her one. So that means you must have known her, and quite well too.
Stop making such a big thing about this, Inspector. Look, I've been around a few years. The clock is ticking.
Uh-oh.
And I admit I have an embarrassing weakness for attractive women. It was a stupid mistake, but that's all it was.
So you're saying you tried it on with her?
No, I didn't try it on. I bought her a necklace. I'm not aware that there's a law against buying presents unless, of course, the Third Reich has been elected while I was at a bridge party. Emma was old enough to make decisions for herself. And, as a matter of fact, she decided that she didn't want to be bothered with an old fool like me. So, nothing happened, no mistakes, nobody got hurt. All right.
Like father, like son. No surprises there. I wonder how many students Paul has tried it on with. Can you tell me a bit about this, please? It's the Atlas aptitude test.
What do you want to know?
What does it test, exactly?
It's a test we introduced to make sure that any students didn't have any major personality problems, skeletons in the cupboard, so to speak. We introduced it because we had a little bit of a problem with one of the students.
Lisa.
You are well informed.
And what do you think it was that disturbed her?
I believe that the course proved to be too demanding for her. We discovered that she had one or two psychological problems and she couldn't handle it.
And did you change anything else on the course apart from introducing the test?
We increased the entrance age to 21. Well, wasn't much, but it's about the only thing we could do. We didn't want another Lisa. We didn't want students turning around and suing us, did we?
Look at this. Possibly hurt or damaged. Then
Aha. So nobody has ever been affected by auto-hypnosis, except Lisa.
Hypnosis wasn't the problem, Inspector. Lisa was the problem with Lisa. That's why we introduced the test.
But the hypnosis was the trigger, wasn't it?
Lisa arrived on the course believing we were all devil worshippers. She was nuts to start with. We didn't make her like that.
Well, as far as I can tell, Paul, you've had one student accuse you of devil worship and two others commit suicide. Some of your students aren't having a very good time on this course, are they?
Nonsense. Kate was enjoying every minute of it. She couldn't get enough of it.
Really?
She was full of the joys of life. Bubbly, confident, flirty.
With who?
You mean with whom?
With whom?
Pretty much everybody. Including me, as I remember.
Really? And, did you respond?
I don't get into relationships with students, Inspector. Company policy. It's not professional.
But you already said...
Interesting admission that Kate flirted with him. There's no way Paul would have turned down an opportunity like that. Aha. So you avoid relationships with students, except for Emma, who you tried to date.
Oh, come on, Inspector. That was a long time ago.
And what about Kate Vine? Did you try to date her or not?
Oh, don't be so ridiculous, Inspector. Kate was an exceptionally clever girl. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she knew how to get it.
You mean that Kate approached you?
It wouldn't surprise me if she was playing everyone in the group. Kate had more enemies than you'd think. She was a very, very manipulative young woman.
Alright, 10 p.m. 2 hours ago.
10 o'clock, it's getting late. I'm gonna have to pick up the pace if I'm gonna solve this by midnight.
Alright. Good bar.
What to do with it? Tell him about Simon.
I really don't think it's my place, darling.
It is your place here.
I just don't want to tell tales.
Tell him about Simon. You know what happens when you don't do as I say.
Ah, so it's going to be that kind of evening, is it?
If you play your cards right.
Only if you deal. Problems?
Oh,
hello, Inspector. See you later.
Sorry. Fell on the floor, I had to go pick it up.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Have you ever come across anyone interested in or involved with the occult?
As in black magic? No, why?
Atlas don't use occult techniques or anything like that?
Atlas? Not unless Ryan's got a secret he's not telling me about. Why, who's been talking?
Just a line of inquiry. Okay, thanks. Do you know anything about this?
It's the aptitude test, isn't it, for Atlas? What do you want to know?
Do you know why it was introduced?
I think they had some trouble with some unsuitable students. I suppose you have to be careful who you work with.
Excuse me.
That's it for the time being, thank you.
Take a look. Something.
Well, isn't that interesting?
Okay.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind.
That was...
The cupboard downstairs, there's a lot of unopened stuff in it.
Is there?
Prescriptions. Made out to you.
Oh, they're just spare painkillers. The chemist always gives us too many. He's a friend of the family.
But you, Contradiction, because you set up here. Doesn't take anything. Now you're saying you take painkillers.
Aha. So, you don't take any medicines except for prescription painkillers.
Well, they're not actually for me, they're Ryan's. For some reason, the chemist always makes them out to my name. He's an old gentleman.
Does Ryan need prescription painkillers?
Yes, he's got arthritis.
Really? He's young to suffer from that, isn't he?
He doesn't have it badly, but he does need medication from time to time.
What medicine is it?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Ryan will know.
So Ryan's the one using the prescriptions. I think I might have a word with him, work out exactly what this medicine is.
Okay, that's
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Let's go check out Simon and Emma. We haven't been there for a while. Oh, what's going on here? Uh-oh. He dropped something, the key, I think.
Bit careless, Simon. Probably nothing important, but at this stage, I need all the clues I can get.
Okay, he said...
Ask about a few more things, please.
Is this yours?
Yeah. That's from my keys. Where did you find that?
Just outside.
Right. Oh, it must have come off when Nathan dropped my keys off. He was borrowing my car.
That's very trusting.
Yeah, I suppose it is. I am a bit too trusting, really. It's a new car as well.
I think you dropped this outside. Someone you know.
Oh, this is just from some IT guy I met. I don't need it.
Enough. I noticed some numbers on the back. Do you need these?
I don't know. What is it?
1905?
Oh, yeah. That's just a pin for something. It's okay, I can remember it.
So not an offshore savings account or anything?
No, it's not important.
Uh-huh.
Did you know about Ryan's arthritis?
Ryan? He's got arthritis?
Apparently.
Oh, I didn't know. I hadn't noticed he had any problems.
Okay.
That's all for the moment. Thank you.
I'll go check out Emma.
What do you know about this?
This is Simon's. I bought this from when we were on holiday. Has he lost it?
He dropped it.
He can't keep anything.
Have you seen this before?
Nope. Sorry, never heard of him.
Did you know about Ryan Rand's arthritis?
Arthritis? I didn't think Ryan had arthritis.
Have you ever heard about there being devil worship at Atlas?
Devil worship? No. Definitely not. Who said that?
It's just something I heard. Okay, thanks.
Moving on. Alright, so he asked everything there.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
I think Simon has a little explaining to do. So let's ask about his bike. He's got a car, which doesn't add up.
Aha.
So the bike's the only way you can get to work, yes?
Yeah.
What's wrong with the car?
No, I can't drive the car yet, can I? I don't have my license.
Right.
I got a windfall from an insurance payout. Just figured I'd buy something sensible with it straight away instead of wasting the money.
What was the insurance payout?
It was for a laptop. It got stolen down at Atlas.
At Atlas?
Well, they didn't break in. I think they just walked in and took it. The laptop was in a storeroom, but I think the lock was broken, to be honest.
Doesn't sound like they're taking their security very seriously.
Actually, it got a lot better after that.
Think I'll check it anyway.
Must have been a very nice laptop to be able to buy a car with the insurance. Or a very cheap car. Might have to have a talk with Ryan about his security measures. Okay, that's it for now.
Let's ask
Thank you.
about this laptop first, so.
Did you know about Simon's laptop being stolen?
Yeah, because it had all my college work on it,
Oh.
which I hadn't backed up or saved.
Yeah.
Not that
Always
it
save when
mattered
you're in
much,
college.
but I did buy a new
In high
one.
school.
And Simon uses it now.
And if you're on here.
When I let him.
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Okay, so Atlas. Ryan, you got some explaining to do.
Couple more questions, if that's okay? Do you know what the medicine in the cupboard at the pub is for?
You'd better ask Rebecca about that. I'm not exactly sure what's in there. She tends to keep her wares under lock and key. Do you know, our wedding night was quite a surprise.
No, she doesn't.
Tell me about your arthritis.
Oh, you found out about that. Well, yes, I'm old before my time.
That's very unlucky to have it so young.
Well, I take a lot from life, Inspector, and sometimes life likes to give you a little bit back. I mean, it's not too bad, it's not too debilitating. It's mainly some in my right hand, some in my left hand. It's not particularly a problem. Makes it difficult to hold small things, though.
What do you take for it?
I get a prescription painkiller.
How often do you need that?
Not often, as and when. I keep some here, I keep some at home. It's not a problem.
Well, there's a contradiction. First of all, Rex's prescriptions. That is not true. Okay, let's try this instead. Oops, my bad.
Aha. So, you don't keep any medicines on site at Atlas?
No.
Except your prescription painkillers?
Well, these are not available to the students.
But they are kept on site?
Yes, but they're locked away. They're kept in the storeroom. Nobody would have access to them.
You're sure about that?
Absolutely sure.
And what are the painkillers, Ryan?
They're painkillers. Just painkillers. Normal painkillers.
Paracetamol, codeine, morphine.
Well, all right, they're morphine tablets, yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, come on, Inspector. I know what you're thinking, but there's no way Kate could have had access to them.
Because they're in the storeroom?
Well, not just that. She wouldn't have even known about them, or where they were.
Sure about that?
Yes.
I'm still...
So it is morphine Ryan's taking. The pieces are starting to come together. Now I just have to work out how Kate got hold of it.
Okay,
If it was Ryan's morphine she got hold of course.
There's another contradiction because he's saying the storeroom's safe, but...
Were you at Atlas when Simon's laptop was stolen?
Oh, I believe I was, yes. It was taken from the storeroom in the hallway.
Was it ever recovered?
No, we didn't catch anyone. We're quite exposed out here. Somebody could just have wandered along the lanes, seen into the storeroom. It's not particularly secure. They could have been in and out within minutes. That's why we advise people to keep their valuables with them. You can't be too careful these days, Inspector.
That's a... contradiction. Use the morphine in a secure room, and you just said it was very secure.
Aha. So the storeroom isn't particularly secure, yet you keep your morphine tablets in there. I thought you said no one could get access to the morphine, but they could, quite easily, couldn't they, Ryan?
I didn't mean that storeroom. I meant a different storeroom. I keep them in there.
Okay. So where was it locked up?
It's upstairs. It's got a combination lock on it. Nobody could have access to it except me and Dad. Nobody.
I might have a look at that if you don't mind.
Don't mind at all.
I'm getting in there.
A combination locked room, I see. Well, I might have a look around for that. See how secure and combination locked it really is.
All right. Okay, let's see. Drop business card. Try using it.
Welcome to the Mirror Room. This exercise is all about identifying the difference between the image one presents to the world and one's real self, which lies deep in our unconscious. As you move through the network of mirrors, practice seeing yourself as a stranger. The more you separate from your persona, the more aware you will become of your true desires and ambitions. Chant with us. I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself.
I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself. I am free from my image. I am free from my past. I am free from myself.
This exercise involves the use of liberation masks. You have now completed Module 1. Module 2 covers boundary testing, threshold testing, and extreme testing. Please read the notes carefully before attempting the module.
Okay. That was strange. The only thing we can do is leave. Oh, maybe ask Ryan about it.
A few more questions, please. Can you tell me what you know about the mirror room upstairs?
Oh, you found that then. Well, it's very similar to the costumes, Inspector. It's designed to help the students look at themselves differently.
And what do you do with the mirrors?
You look at yourself, Inspector. You look at yourself until you start seeing yourself as others do. And you don't see yourself as you do anymore. It really, the idea is that you can see yourself eventually in any way you wish.
So why in a locked room?
To make sure you're not distracted, that's all.
How often is it used?
Not often, a few times a month. Some students find it useful, some don't.
Okay.
Know anything about this?
No, I don't, I'm sorry. We have our own IT chap. Lovely chap, in fact. Fat and sweaty, though. It's like a double act, doesn't it?
Okay. Okay. That's not helpful. Okay.
Thank you. Probably
yeah.
be back later.
Simon had the number, so he had to know about the room. Or maybe he didn't, but...
Ask you a couple more things, please. Do you know about the mirror room at Atlas?
Yeah.
What's it used for?
Well, it's mainly for the auto-hypnosis module. You go in and you stare into the mirror and you go into a trance. Then, when you're ready, you come back out.
So you just go in whenever you want to?
Oh, no. There's certain times when you're allowed in, and only they know the combinations anyway, so you can't really get in.
But you don't know the combination?
No.
Uh-huh. Sure you don't. You already told me.
So you didn't know the combination to the locked mirror room?
Nope.
Except... you'd written it down, hadn't you? This is the combination to the mirror room, Simon, that you wrote. It isn't a pin, it's a combination.
Yeah.
You see, this sort of thing makes me suspicious, Simon. What were you doing in there that you didn't want anyone, including me, to find out?
It's just part of the course, isn't it? I just wanted to go in there when I was ready.
On your own? You didn't give the number to anyone else?
No.
Simon, there was morphine kept in that room that might have played a part in Kate Vine's death. Did Kate have the number?
Yes, okay. We both went in.
Together?
We were trying to outdo each other. We both tried some morphine.
What do you mean trying to outdo each other?
It's part of the course. To see how far you can push yourself. To see if you could do something you wouldn't normally do.
When was this?
A few months ago.
How often did you try it?
Only that once. I'd never do it again.
How about Kate?
I don't know. Sorry.
Okay. 2 hours left.
So that's how Kate got the morphine. But what exactly does this testing involve? Could this have been what killed Kate? 11 o'clock. Just an hour left to solve this thing.
Just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. You can push it all the way in, Tom, if you want to. Excellent, Tom.
Excuse me. Would someone care to tell me exactly what's going on here?
Don't come any closer.
That man needs a doctor.
No, he doesn't.
I don't need a doctor. I'm fine. Go away.
What is this?
A test.
Of what?
What does it look like? It's a threshold test. A pain threshold test. I thought, you were supposed to be good at working things out. Inspector Jenks.
And so this would be for Atlas, would it? Kyle?
You disappear now.
It's not a good idea to talk to a police inspector like that.
Do you want me to make you?
It's okay, Tom. Mr. Jenks won't be bothering us anymore.
Don't make any rash commitments.
Well. Hello.
Well, well. You really should take more care of your things, Ryan. Is your keys, Kyle?
No.
Okay, well, where is that gonna be?
So that's threshold testing, is it? Sticking a skewer through your hand? I could just ask Ryan or Paul directly about this, but I think I'll bide my time. See what I can do with this key fob first.
So let's go back to Ryan's house. A little noisy. A letter?
Bingo. Well, Ryan,
500.
what have you been up to? Be very interesting to see how he explains this one.
Alright, let's go talk to James, I guess. He seems to be that has a lot of information. Uh-huh. That was weird. Okay, so nothing else. Maybe it's another one.
So James is interested in poppy pods, is he? I think he's got some explaining to do.
Poppy pods. You know what? I think I'm not going to do that because I want to talk to Simon first because they're friends. He might tell me more.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Odd question, but have you ever seen anyone handling dried poppy pods?
Poppy pods? As in, for opium? No. Though James did have opium tea once, I think.
Where did he get it from?
I don't know. I didn't ask. James does his own thing.
What does opium tea taste like?
Well, I don't know. I didn't try it.
Really?
I didn't want to risk it, did I? I went to hospital once. I had codeine and I went into anaphylactic shock. The doctor said it was an opium derivative, apparently, so...
Well, he's allergic to opiates. But yet, he told me that in the Atlas room, took morphine, which was, close to that.
Aha. You and Kate took morphine in the mirror room. That's what you said, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you're allergic to opiates, Simon. Opium. You didn't take the morphine at all, did you?
Well, no, I didn't. Kate did, though.
I thought you were trying to outdo each other. That was the point, wasn't it?
We weren't trying to outdo each other as such.
Go on.
Ryan wanted me to test Kate. To see how far she would go to be prime candidate.
What candidate?
Prime candidate. It means the best person in the group, basically.
What do you mean test her?
But you do it in pairs. One person's the tester, it's me, and the other person's the
victim.
Well, it's not like that. It's completely consensual. It's just boundary testing. Ryan wanted me to test Kate.
Because they thought she was the best student.
Well, maybe. I don't know. I just did what I was told, okay?
Except you decided to give her morphine. To break the law.
Well, I can't change that now, can I? She didn't die of a morphine overdose, did she?
She died because she drowned. But she drowned for reasons that aren't clear. Atlas seemed to have this all neatly worked out. If Simon's telling the truth, Atlas are lighting the fuse and then retiring to a safe distance, letting students test themselves and push themselves to their limits while avoiding all comeback. Is this what happened to Kate? That's all for the moment, thank you.
Alright, we're going to Atlas. I don't think the father has any clue what's going on.
A few more questions, if you don't mind. Would you like to explain what this is, please, Ryan? £500 intended for Kate. It fell out of your car. At least I assume that's your car on the driveway at Brandon House.
I suppose so.
So why were you going to give Kate £500, Ryan?
It was just a little incentive, that's all. Just a little incentive.
Not very little, Ryan. £500.
She was a very good student. We heard that she was leaving. We wanted to give her something.
But you didn't.
Well, obviously not.
Are you sure there wasn't any other reason you might want to give her this? Personal reason?
No!
Well, I'd like to keep hold of this for a little while, if you don't mind.
Well, don't consider it a bribe, will you, Inspector?
Let's see.
Know anything about poppy pods? Come across anyone selling them or anything?
Poppy pods? Well, don't tell anyone, Inspector, but I hear that you can make opium out of those.
Uh-oh.
Why do you ask?
Doesn't matter. Now, tell me what a prime candidate is.
You're learning a lot, aren't you, Inspector? Prime candidates are simply the best students, the ones with the most potential.
And what benefits do they get from that?
Well, they get the top job.
Which is?
Well, we have a deal with various multinationals. We train students to be exceptional, truly exceptional. And they get a wonderful top job. It's a very simple deal.
And how do you decide who the prime candidate is? Do you test students?
No.
Did you ever, say, ask Simon to test Kate, for instance?
Oh, you've actually been speaking to Simon, haven't you? I really wouldn't trust anything that Simon Thompson says. You know, he spent the best part of 2 months trying to undermine Kate. No. Now, Simon Thompson, it really isn't my place to speculate, but if you're looking for motives, Inspector, he certainly had a few motives. More than I.
A motive to kill her, do you mean?
Now, that's very interesting, Inspector. Well, that's up to you to decide.
Okay, so you said somewhere here. Where was that? Aren't coerced or bribed. But then you gave her a check.
Aha.
So, students aren't coerced or bribed in any way, except Kate.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You said you were going to give Kate the £500 as an incentive. That's coercion, isn't it?
I really don't think you could call it coercion, Inspector. It was an incentive, that's all, a little encouragement.
So, how often do you use incentives?
Okay, incentive is probably the wrong word. The money was just to see how Kate would respond. It was part of her assessment.
Assessment?
We have to assess students as they progress. We don't use conventional methods like sitting an exam or anything like that. People pay for this course per session. We have to know if they're committed or not.
So you're assessing their progress and testing their commitment?
Yes, we are. We have to. This is a business, not a charity.
So Ryan's claiming the money was part of Kate's assessment. And did this assessment also involve threshold testing, I wonder? Or was the money for something else?
Good question.
Be back later on, if that's okay.
You need to go talk to Daddy. Maybe? Maybe? What am I missing? Missing something. What am I missing? Ha ha ha. I guess I could go talk to Paul. Did I miss something when I talked to Ryan, maybe? Really something to talk to Simon about? We'll check those two. Ouch. Sorry.
Couple more questions, if that's okay.
Students are tested. And no, that's not it. So students are tested. Okay, so let's try this. Maybe it was this. Oh. But then he said, okay, this is where it is. Students aren't.
Aha. Well, which one is it, Ryan? Do you test students or not?
Well, some of them, yes.
Including Kate?
Yes.
Why was she being tested?
She was being tested because we wanted to see if she was good enough to become prime candidate, okay?
So Kate was in the running to be prime candidate?
Yes!
And did you ask Simon to test her?
Yes, I did. But I didn't ask him to do anything stupid. He knew it was against course rules.
How far did you ask him to push her?
I didn't ask him to push her. I asked him to test her. There's a huge difference!
Wow.
If Simon decided to give her too much caffeine or morphine or whatever, that's his responsibility. So if he did anything wrong, it was his own responsibility. He did it with his own mind and his own hand. We had nothing to do with it.
Okay then.
Midnight, and still no suspect. Unless you count everyone I've interviewed. It's no surprise that Ryan wants to avoid any suggestion of being responsible for Kate's death. But I wonder if the man protests just a little too much. Now, why do you think Ryan might want to give Kate a cheque for £500?
I've really no idea. Where did you find it?
Just outside.
You better ask him.
You think Ryan was interested romantically in Kate?
I know he has a weakness for blondes, but I didn't think it had gone so far as his offering them cash.
I think it's Paul. I think Paul did all this. Paul's with the party, I think.
What do you know about poppy pods?
Poppy pod?
Ever come across anyone selling them, using them?
No.
Really?
What are prime candidates?
The best of the bunch. The peaches.
And so what does it mean to be a prime candidate?
Success. We have a special relationship with many major international companies. We provide them with our best students. And they get an instant job.
And what do you get out of it?
Well, it's a little kickback. It's just business, Inspector.
Okay.
Was Kate a prime candidate?
Well, as Ryan has probably already told you, yes, she was.
Did you ask Simon to test her?
Yes, it's company policy. Leaders don't get involved.
And it covers your back, of course.
Nobody knows the students better than they do, Inspector. It's much better to let them just work it out among themselves.
It isn't very professional to force students to test each other to the point where one of them gets killed, Paul.
We don't force students to do anything that they don't want to do, Inspector.
So you don't force them into being tested?
No, we don't encourage anybody to hurt or offend anybody else here.
You don't use threshold testing, for instance?
No. If Simon Thompson went too far with Kate, that's his responsibility, not ours. He's the one you should be speaking to, if truth be told. I don't trust him myself.
I don't trust you. Alright, so we're gonna do the Atlas room.
Can you tell me about the room with the mirrors at Atlas? The one with the combination lock?
How did you get in there?
I was given the code for the combination.
By Ryan?
Well, nobody else is allowed to know the code, are they?
And not in theory.
So how is the room used on the course, then?
It's a meditation room where the students can reflect on themselves, literally.
And what about the CD?
That helps too. It's part of the program.
So you send the students into the room, they put the CD on, they stare into the mirrors. And how long does this last for?
Until the CD finishes or they fall asleep. What else would you like to know?
And then he just said, Yeah, you use threshold, but on the CD it says there.
Aha. You say you don't endorse threshold testing, that's the phrase, isn't it?
Yes.
Except you do, Paul, because you told me that the students use that CD in the mirror room. I've listened to that CD, and it very clearly mentions threshold testing. You keep batting this away, Paul. We don't really use hypnosis. The students aren't really tested, but I am this close to launching a full-scale investigation.
Look, we get a kickback from these students, and they have to be exceptional. Of course we have to test them. That doesn't mean we do anything illegal. What do you think we do? Bump off the ones we don't like?
Well, that depends on how far you push them, doesn't it?
Well, we certainly don't kill them. Nobody here wanted Kate dead.
I'm sure they didn't. But what do you expect, Paul, when you put students under that much pressure?
She was a very, very valuable student. She was worth a lot to the business.
Really? And how much would that be?
Well, if you really want to know, 50 grand.
She was worth 50 grand?
Yes.
What, you were selling her?
Of course we were selling her. You don't get this, do you? We make perfect employees.
Wow.
Month after month. That's all we do.
What do you mean, perfect employees?
What big business needs, Inspector, more than anything else, is none of this altruistic, goody-goody crap. What we look for is people with ambition, no ethics, push, greed is good, all right? We don't deal with all this comfort stuff. The survival of the fittest. That's all there is. There's no higher purpose, no big plan. There's nothing at the end of the rainbow, except what you have and you can enjoy in the here and now.
Wow.
And what do you enjoy now, Paul?
Get nuts.
You're gonna have to excuse me, Inspector. I'm a very busy man. I've got work to do.
I'll see myself out.
Okay, well, Rebecca's involved. Ryan's not going to do anything.
Lovely man, your father.
Shut the gate on your way out.
So they're not going to talk anymore. Oh, maybe they are. Here we go.
He's doing his level best to shut this place down. Get rid of him.
He's a policeman. We can't just...
You sort this, Ryan. You man up and you sort it. Tonight.
Okay.
Kyle.
I'm even more confused. Maybe Inspector can help me?
That doesn't sound good. Two totally morally bankrupt men are plotting to get rid of me. It's midnight. I don't have any backup and I don't even have a mobile phone. This is potentially quite bad.
Yeah.
What's Kyle got to do with it? I think I might make my way over to Atlas while Ryan isn't there. Maybe lock myself in.
Huh. Okay. We can go there. Let's walk there. Make it realistic. Oops, wrong way, guys. Sorry. Ah! I was confused on the path. Go ahead, there you go. Or the left. There you go.
Prove to me that you're man enough to do this, Kyle, and then you can deal with that ridiculous police inspector. What is this?
What the hell? Scotland Yard, not hell. Hello, Ryan.
Hello, Inspector. What are you doing here?
Inspecting. So, come on. Let's have it.
I don't think you'd understand, Inspector. The best thing that you can do is turn around, go away, and leave us to it.
Knife.
What?
That knife gives me a perfect right to stick my nose in, investigate, and interfere.
This is all part of the Atlas course. It's a physical endurance exercise.
Drop the knife. The knife, Kyle!
Kyle.
Drop it!
Drop it.
Emma.
Not looking 100% brilliant for you, Ryan.
Well, please, Inspector, you've poked your nose into Atlas's affairs enough times to know that imaginative flair is part of the course's success. Our lessons are reinforced by a unique emotional experience.
Terror?
It's an extremely evocative tool.
Well, it's a good job you're not in charge of the national curriculum.
Now look, Inspector, I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're thinking. But believe me, Atlas had nothing to do with the deaths of those people.
Eyewitness account of a satanic sacrifice in the woods. That's not what we call circumstantial evidence, Ryan.
Simon. Now, I saw Simon walking home with Kate last Friday after the meeting. Now, Simon had some strange idea that he was in the running to become prime candidate. Well, a knob of butter has more chance of becoming prime minister. Oh, wait.
So are you telling me that
Simon killed her? Well, it seems reasonable. It's likely, isn't it?
any more likely than you, Ryan? Pig! I know. Police brutality. It's all right. Are you okay?
What?
You save someone from being sacrificed, and that's the thanks you get. If that wasn't an occult ceremony, I don't know what is. The Rands have been lying all along. But what's Simon going to say about Ryan's accusation?
Let's go find out. Alright, let's just get to Simon. Alright, we don't need to talk to Emma, we just need to talk to Simon.
A few more questions, please. Thank you. What would you say if I said it's been suggested that you were seen walking home with Kate after Atlas last Friday?
What? By who?
The same person who suggested that you wanted Kate out of the picture because you found out she was in the running to be prime candidate.
What? Who said that?
Just a question.
I didn't think I was in the running. It was Ryan, wasn't it?
I am in no position to say.
It was Ryan.
Simon, calm down.
No, I can prove it. Kate's driving license, give it to me.
Why?
Kate's driving license, please. See that pattern on the tape there? Let me show you something. See this pattern? Now look at that. It's the same pattern. This has come from the same roll of tape as this.
So?
Oh.
So there's only one person that's taped like that. Ryan. He gave me this piece of tape when I was in his office once. Why has Kate's driving licence got a piece of Ryan's tape on it?
I have no idea, Simon.
Where did you find it?
Oh, by the lake.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? Ryan was testing her. He was doing a boundary test to see how much she would do, how far she would go to be a prime candidate. But it all went wrong. Okay. It's one of the things we do at the course, right? You give something that's important to you to someone else. Then they go and hide it somewhere. It's to teach you to not be bothered when you lose something that's important to you, all right? Kate gives her driving license to Ryan. Ryan goes and hides it somewhere down the lake. Kate finds out, she goes down looking for it, probably drunk, and she falls in.
I'm afraid I find that a bit far-fetched, Simon.
It makes perfect sense if you know anything at all about how Atlas works.
But Simon, if you got the tape from Ryan, Kate could have got it from him.
He told me he doesn't lend it out.
He lent it to you.
But I didn't kill her! Do a lab test on the card. His DNA will be all over it.
And what if yours is all over it?
It won't be. I didn't kill her. I'm sorry. Just give me a minute. I need some painkillers.
He's gone.
Where did he go in such a hurry? Is he trying to act as suspiciously as possible?
Okay. That was weird that they just put me here. Go back to clearing, I guess. Yeah. Oh, come on. Yeah. Guess I need to talk to Paul. I can't talk to Paul anymore? Oh, I'm confused. Maybe the pub, I guess.
Ask you a couple more things, please. Have you seen patterned tape like this anywhere before?
Oh, Ryan's got some. I know because I borrowed it.
When was that?
A couple of months ago?
Have you still got it?
I don't think so. I haven't seen it since then.
That's...
Did you know Kate Vine was a prime candidate?
No.
Do you know what a prime candidate is?
At Atlas. It's the best student.
And what does that mean?
It means they get a guaranteed job with a very good salary. Well, that's the idea anyway.
But?
Mostly they aren't up to it.
Okay, she says
what
she
happens
had
then?
tape for 3 months.
I guess
but
that.
she taped at the window.
What do you know about poppy pods?
Go on.
Ever come across anyone trying to sell them or anything like that? Maybe even in here?
Not that I remember.
Do you know anything about a locked room at Atlas with mirrors in it?
Not off the top of my head, no. I think that's a question for Ryan.
Okay. I think...
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry.
Uh-huh. Okay. So... He had... Where's that? Broken window pub. Broken make it safer. Yet she just said that she hasn't done this for 2 months.
Aha. You last saw that sticky tape 2 months ago, is that correct?
Yes.
So how come you used it last week to tape over the broken window outside? That's the same tape.
Well, I must have been mistaken.
You see, the reason I'm asking is that it's exactly the same tape that was found attached to Kate's driving license, found at the scene. The tape that only Ryan has. Ryan, and of course, you.
So what are you saying?
Who's got the tape now? Do you know where it is?
No. No, I don't know where it is. Why are you asking me about this tape?
You seem nervous, Rebecca. Is there a problem?
Well, you're practically accusing me of having something to do with that woman's murder, aren't you?
I wasn't accusing you of anything, Rebecca. Unless there's something you'd like to tell me.
No, I wouldn't like to tell you anything.
Okay, well, that's fine. Obviously, we'll be swabbing everyone in the area for DNA, so if anything comes up on Kate's license, DNA traces.
What will come up? Nothing will come up. Right, I've had enough. I've got to get back.
Rebecca! Would you like to explain to me exactly what is going on?
Which bit? The fact that some leggy bitch was trying to steal my husband?
Well,
I think you had better tell me what you know, Rebecca.
Okay. You want to know what I know? Kate Vine seduced my husband and was going to blackmail him. Not only did she sleep with him, that whore did it just for his money, our money.
How did you work that out?
I heard her. I knew it was her arguing with Emma Bowman. Emma was trying to talk her out of it.
And how did she come to be at the lake?
She dropped that driving license thing when she came in. She was drunk. She dropped her bag. I took it out to the woods and stuck it over the lake. Then I waited for her. When she came out, I told her where it was, that someone had just run off into the woods with it.
You led her to the lake.
She was reaching out over the lake to get it. I didn't do anything. She just fell in.
But you let her drown.
It was dark. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't help her.
Really? Did you try, Rebecca?
Well, it was too late. She was just flapping about in the water. It was pathetic. She was making these gurgling sounds.
And what did you do?
I got a big stick. I just pushed her down with it until she stopped. Well, she was dead anyway. What did it matter?
Wow.
You killed her, Rebecca.
Keep going.
She slept with my husband.
She didn't, Rebecca.
What do you mean?
You got the wrong girl.
Who?
Yep. Emma.
Emma.
Mm-hmm.
It was Emma.
Rebecca Rand, I am arresting you for the murder of Kate Vine. You do not have to say anything, but anything you do say may be taken down and will be used in evidence against you. Do you understand?
Yes.
So, it appears that Kate Vine's death was a tragic case of mistaken identity. But there are some loose threads here. What was Ryan doing with Kyle and that girl in the woods?
Yeah, I want to know.
What if I hadn't interrupted? And what really happened to Liam last year? It seems I've only scratched the surface of Atlas and the Rand business empire. Trying to find out about Paul Rand's past is like peering into dense fog. He gives nothing away and covers his tracks with military efficiency. However, what is known is that Paul Rand has a lot of connections in high places, politicians, celebrities, business leaders. Perhaps James Wilson's ideas weren't too wide of the mark after all. I get the feeling
There's still a lot more to learn about the Rand business empire.
You're gonna have to excuse us. Atlas is closed for the moment, but we'll be open again very soon. Thank you for your interest.
Wow. Wow. First of all, I didn't see that Rebecca was gonna be that. It's a good story. Couple issues. The controller issue was kind of wonky. I wish that would have been. It was basically your controller just became your mouse. I wish it was like they could have made the letters. I don't know how, but somewhere made better controlled with your work with your controller. Sometimes I got completely lost on where to ask questions or where to go, but you know, still don't understand why that CD said X is X, but the acting was really good. I would have liked to. I mean, yeah, I guess I could have asked all the question on all those characters, but I wanted to see a little bit more with characters, and I really thought we were going to go down more on the cult. I think they were setting it up for another game, possibly, like in the future. But I mean, I thought it was pretty good. There was a few sound issues I was having, like when I was in Simon's kitchen. It was like I was getting like almost like a walkie-talkie reverb kind of thing. But I'm gonna give it a. You know what? Because there really wasn't much action, I'm gonna give it 5. Experimental independent game made on a tiny budget. If you liked it, please review the game. Make yourself heard. I mean, a 5 just because there was some stuff they could have done that they didn't do. But I did like the game. Options are very limited on what you could do as far as AV options. There really wasn't much there at all. I mean, instructions, I didn't even look at this. Probably would have helped you. Tips were nice. Subtitles light off, but then again, it showed me some titles. I don't know why it says I only have progress of 96% when I finish the game. That's kind of weird. Replay solution? Maybe because I didn't, you know what? After midnight? Oh. Maybe because now it's progress 100%. That's weird. Okay, I'm curious.
Just a few more questions, if you don't mind. Thank you. Probably be back later.
That's weird. Wow, this is really weird. I'm kind of curious why. So you guys saw that it was 96, and then when it to come back in and play it, it popped it up 4%. But I can't go to their house. And of course, I'm sure when I go in here, there ain't nothing at the Atlas. Yeah, it's locked up.
Damn. I suppose it was too much to hope that Ryan had left the place open.
This is maybe you know what? Let's try something. I'm gonna try everything here. Oops, come on. I'm gonna try to talk to all the other people. Because maybe it's like they're going to give me afterthoughts or something, which would be cool. And if they give me that, I might actually put my rating up a little bit more. Oh, I don't want to go back to Atlas. Come on. That's not what I want. No, that's not what I want. Thank you. Nothing there. Now we're going to try to talk to Simon and Emma. See if we can find out anything in there. I figured that Simon would be gone.
Ask about a few more things, please. Have you seen this anywhere before?
I've seen it somewhere, but can't remember. Sorry, no.
The only other thing is they're letting you do this to get all your Steam achievements.
Did Simon mention walking home with anyone after the meeting last Friday?
No, he just came home. Why?
He didn't mention walking home with Kate?
No, definitely not.
Do you know whether Kate was in the running to be prime candidate or not?
I don't, but I do think she would have been chosen. Just because she was, Kate.
You didn't discuss it with Kate?
No.
I could call
she
my
never
chief.
talked about this.
Do you know what a prime candidate is at Atlas?
Yes, it's what every student wants to be. It's the best student. Apparently you get a great high-paid job afterwards. I don't think that really happens, though.
Did you know anyone in the running to be prime candidate?
What, like Simon? I don't think they picked Simon, to be honest. Well, he's got too many morals, and you can't have both at Atlas.
No.
Strange question. Have you ever known of anyone selling dried poppy pods?
Poppy pods? Don't think so. Isn't that opium?
Kind of. It's okay. Do you know about the mirror room at Atlas?
The mirror room? No, I heard about it, but I think it was only for the students later on in the course. Something like that.
Okay, so at this point I've asked everything, so now I can just
that's it for the time being, thank you.
Now I'll just go to farm. Now I'll try that Lisa girl.
A couple more questions, if that's okay? Do you know anyone who is interested in or involved with devil worship?
Have you met Lisa?
Which Lisa are you talking about?
Mad Lisa, lives on her own, doesn't like mirrors.
Yeah, I've met her. You think she's mad?
If you can't look at yourself in the mirror without seeing ghosts, you've got problems, don't you think?
How do you know her?
She came to the farm for some eggs a couple of times. Got talking to her once, that's all.
And what did she tell you?
Nothing much. Except she thought the devil was after her.
What did you tell her?
Told her the devil needs a good reason to be after you. She was just like most people, really, blind to herself, except she was more extreme. That's all madness is, being blind to yourself.
Okay.
Recognise this at all?
Yeah, he fixed my laptop.
Does he live locally?
I think so.
Okay. Well, that guy, he knows him too. I mean, the game's done, but I'm just trying to figure out why we're...
Do you know how well Simon knew Kate?
Not really.
Did you ever see them together?
No, why? Do you think he killed her?
I've no idea. Do you think he'd be capable of that?
Do you think we're all capable of it?
No, I don't.
Sure. So you'd never been in your police car responding to an incident, driven past a school at high speed?
Don't know. Maybe.
Well, you've answered your own question then. When you've got a need and things get in your way, it's human nature to either ignore them or get rid of them. Any way you can. That's all murder is, isn't it?
Maybe you're right. Ever seen tape like this anywhere before?
No.
Okay, so that's...
Thank you. Probably be back later.
Like I said, the only thing I think of this is for Steam achievements, so you can get everything. Let's set a tip.
A few more questions, please.
I asked him about everything. Oh, no, I didn't.
What can you tell me about several boxes of dried poppy pods in the greenhouse back there?
Feel free to take some if you want.
What are they for, James?
Decoration? Why?
Decoration.
There's a big market for them among the over 70s.
So what are you doing with them?
Selling them. To grannies.
Okay, James, let's just cut to the chase. Are you extracting opium from them?
Me? I can honestly say I've never done anything like that, Inspector.
Sure about that?
Scout's honour.
And who was the guy delivering them?
A friend. Someone gave them to him. He asked me if I wanted them. I said I'd have a look and see if I liked them.
You just thought you'd have a look? No particular reason?
I'm a plant scientist, that's what I do.
Have you ever sold them to anyone else?
I only got them a few minutes ago.
In the past. You know Kate's body had opium in the blood when it was found?
No, I didn't. Hey, that's nothing to do with me.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, I think I asked everything. I mean, guess we could go back and check with Emma, because I'd hate to, be done and say, oh, there's something you didn't ask, but I can always get the achievement later. So let's just...
that's all for the moment. Thank you.
Let's just go talk to our chief. We're just doing this for fun. Because there's things. Becca's already gone. Simon's already gone. Can't talk to Paul. Could talk to Emma, but no point. You can't even go to her. Can't even go to the crazy lady anymore, so that option's gone. Call the chief. If there's anything. Alright, so there's nothing. I think that was just a... I think that was just a fluke, guys, that it said I didn't 100%, and then when I went back in, it said I did. Alright, guys, I want to thank you so much for coming out. We're going to leave it here. Like I said, I did not see the ending coming. But it's fun. I enjoyed it. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Contradiction. Who knows? Maybe they'll make another one and continue the story about Paul and Ryan. I'm sure there's a lot more about that with Atlas. And and the whole murder was just you know, they didn't get caught for anything worse, but murder stopped them probably from getting caught from something else. So, all right, guys, I'm going to, because the wood ceremony was really confusing. We're gonna go ahead and end here. I hope you guys enjoy it, and thank you so much again for coming out. Let me go ahead and put on stream ending soon here. Trying to exit the game. Okay, there we go. All right, guys, thank you so much. I'm gonna catch you hopefully next week. Keep an eye on the schedule. I should hopefully update it tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming out. Sword of Hasley out. Have a great night. And if you can see, I got all the achievements. I'm 100% achievements in the game. All right, guys, take care. Sword of Hasley out. Bye, guys.